Chapter 1983. Second update. The giant dragon rushed out of the valley. Its huge body was more than 1,000 meters long and it exuded a powerful aura. With a swing of the dragon's tail, it instantly surged through the sky and swept out countless ripples. It was as if a huge rock had fallen into the water, setting off waves of violent waves. It was like a surging tide that rippled in all directions with an earth-shaking momentum. The divine dragon swung its tail and twisted its huge body, creating countless ripples in the void. It burst out at an astonishing speed and swept across the sky in an instant. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to be retreating. Shocking roars resounded in all directions and its aura was boundless. The giant dragon flew out of the valley and its movement was astonishing. Its aura spread out endlessly and swept in all directions, spreading endlessly. No one knew how far it covered. What is this aura? The oblique wind sword sheathed his sword and put away the divine weapon in front of him. He focused his gaze and looked in the direction of the mighty aura. At first, he moved together with the eldest senior brother, the sword of no return, and the third junior brother, the drizzle sword. However, he soon realized that it was more efficient to split up and search for divine weapons on their own. His figure moved, and the oblique wind sword was like an extremely sharp sword light, instantly tearing through the wind, bursting out with an unparalleled and shocking speed, flying through the air in the direction of the aura. The oblique wind sword was not the only one. Many people felt the shocking aura that repelled the vacuum. They were all alarmed and attracted to it. This aura. Feeling the waves of aura coming from the void, Chen Zong was shocked. He focused his gaze and it was as if he could see through the sky and see an infinite distance. Immediately after, his figure moved and he quickly flew into the sky. In the sky above, numerous silhouettes rapidly rose from all directions and charged forward at an extremely fast speed. A huge figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The dark golden body was filled with a noble and mysterious feeling. It was more than 1,000 meters long and its perfect lines were shocking. It was as if it directly rushed into one's heart and set off a frenzy. Shocking. Everyone was stunned. They widened their eyes and were extremely shocked. Oh my God, that's… Li Wenhe's small eyes widened with all his might, looking a little funny, but no one laughed at him, because the others were also shocked from the bottom of their hearts and souls. 10,000 transformation divine weapon. Yang Ji's face was solemn, and indescribable fanaticism was bursting out from the depths of his eyes. It's a 10,000 transformation divine weapon. All the geniuses were stunned. Chen Zong was also shocked. Great transformation divine weapon. For a moment, Chen Zong didn't know what to say. His eyes shone with unparalleled sharpness. His heart was beating wildly and his blood was burning. It was as if a raging fire was burning in his heart, and it wanted to ignite his body from the inside out. 10,000 transformation divine weapon. Su Luan mentioned that the so-called 10,000 transformation divine weapon was formed by many divine weapons. Although it might not be 10,000 divine weapons, it was at least 1,000 divine weapons. Most importantly, there were often many divine weapon origins in the body of the 10,000 transformation divine weapon. As long as they defeated the 10,000 transformation divine weapon, not only could they obtain many divine weapons, but they could also obtain the divine weapon origins. It was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, the 10,000 transformation divine weapon was stronger and more terrifying than a single divine weapon. Think about it, 1,000 divine weapons combined to form a 10,000 transformation divine weapon. What kind of terrifying power would that have? Even though everyone understood this point, their hearts were still burning with passion, and they didn't have the slightest thought of retreating. Divine weapons were hard to find, and divine weapon origins were even harder to find. Now that there were so many divine weapons and divine weapon origins in front of them, how could they miss it? Kill. Without hesitation, someone immediately attacked. A palm was pushed out horizontally in the air, and the palm force that could topple mountains and overturn seas stirred up the wind and clouds. A transparent palm print sunk in the void, and directly bombarded the body of the dark golden dragon formed by the 10,000 transformation divine weapon. With a bang, the palm print collapsed, and the dragon's body trembled slightly, but it didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. So powerful! It completely withstood it. The person who sent out the palm was also stunned. How could this be? This was simply too terrifying. In the next breath, the dragon counterattacked. With a roar, the air exploded, and extremely terrifying sound waves suddenly rushed out from the dragon's open mouth, as if a mountain flood had erupted, as if heaven and earth had collapsed, and as if a meteor had fallen from the sky. The sound waves covered an area with a radius of 100 meters and traveled at an astonishing speed. Layers of ripples swept out like a strong wind blowing across a calm lake. Countless ripples were stirred up as if they were going to turn into waves. They kept rushing forward with astonishing power. The layers of ripples were the powerful sound waves, and they were caused by the layers of the void, which were extremely terrifying. A few of them couldn't dodge in time, and were immediately hit. In an instant, they also summoned their strength to protect themselves. The surface of their bodies was suddenly distorted, like a transparent robe that was being swept up by a strong wind. It was trembling and seemed to be twisting and turning. The protective power only lasted for a breath, and it was instantly shattered. As the bodies of these people trembled, their mouths swelled, and their faces were constantly distorted, looking very strange. Layers of light lit up, once again blocking the terrifying sound waves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they burst out their power again and retreated, barely escaping from the sound waves. Wherever the sound waves passed, the void seemed to be directly split open, leaving behind a transparent trace, and rushed to an endless distance. Spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, these people's faces were pale, and they only felt endless pain all over their bodies, as if they were being torn apart by thousands of swords and knives. Terrifying! The impact of the sound waves was really too terrifying. Boom! The dragon's tail swept across the sky, and with a sudden attack, it was as if the void had collapsed, and directly blasted towards the person who sent out the palm. He barely dodged, but the wind from the sweep of the tail brought him up, and he flew back thousands of meters uncontrollably. His body kept rolling in midair, and he was dizzy. The dragon's claws suddenly fell from the sky, and the terrifying claw immediately tore the void, leaving behind eternal traces, as if they were marks left in the void. The dragon's counterattack was too terrifying, and it directly scattered the people. "Let's join forces!" someone shouted. "Let's join forces and defeat it first, and then we'll rely on our own abilities to snatch the divine weapon and divine weapon source." Joining forces was no doubt a good idea. After all, in a one-on-one battle, no one present was a match for it, and the difference was too great. Just look at the people just now, they were directly injured and spitting out blood, and they were in a very sorry state. Only by joining forces could they have a chance to fight against the great transformation divine weapon. Thousands of divine weapons and divine weapon source seemed to be quite a lot, and it was enough for everyone to divide. Fight. Kill. Everyone immediately spread out, and one after another, they attacked. Saber radiance slashed through the air, fist force roared, leg shadows were like mountains, sword radiance destroyed mountains, and whip shadows split the earth. Countless attacks were launched, and each of them was extremely powerful. Perhaps it was not everyone's full strength, but they definitely used most of their strength. They just wanted to defeat the great transformation divine weapon. The transformation of the divine weapon meant that there were no flaws, and they had to continuously attack it, and continuously exhaust its power, until it was completely exhausted. The giant dragon formed from thousands of divine weapons possessed astonishing power. It was incomparably terrifying, and the difficulty of exhausting it was simply unimaginable. Dozens of attacks landed on the dragon's body, and they exploded one after another. Countless terrifying forces rushed out, and it was extremely powerful and shocking. The roars were louder and louder, resounding in all directions and shaking the void. Boom! The dragon counterattacked again. It rolled its body, and a terrifying force swept out, wanting to destroy everything. Dodge. Counterattack. Even if the Great Transformation Divine Weapon was more powerful, it could not get rid of the weakness of the Divine Weapon, which was that it was not flexible enough. Its attacks were rigid, and although they seemed to be powerful, they were actually fixed and rigid. Of course, those who did not have enough combat experience and talent could not deal with it at all. However, everyone was outstanding, and they were all true geniuses. Not only did they have rich combat experience, but they also had extremely strong combat talent. Therefore, they all grasped the weakness of the divine weapon, and they dodged and counterattacked, exhausting the power of the Great Transformation Divine Weapon bit by bit. The Great Transformation Divine Weapon had extremely terrifying power. If one was hit by it, he would definitely be severely injured. However, as long as one grasped the opponent's weakness and dodged continuously, one could avoid the attack and counterattack. However, it was very dangerous, and if one was not careful, one would end up in a miserable state. Chen Zong raised his body movement to the extreme, and he moved around very quickly. He moved according to his thoughts, and he could better sense the dragon's attack, so that he could dodge in advance. 3 Hearts 2 Minds Sword Technique. Heart Refining Sword Technique. Star Piercer Technique. Chen Zong performed one sword technique after another, and each of his attacks hit the target. The power of the Great Transformation Divine Weapon was constantly being consumed under the continuous attacks of the crowd. This battle was extremely fierce and difficult, and it caused a great commotion. Boom! The dragon's tail swept across, and 2 of them couldn't dodge in time. They were hit directly, and their entire bodies were sent flying while vomiting blood. They felt as if their entire bodies had been crushed, and their bones were shattered into countless pieces. Fortunately, everyone had defensive means, which offset part of the power. Fortunately, although the power of the Great Transformation Divine Weapon was very strong, it was still at the demigod level, and it had not undergone a qualitative change to the imminent god level. Otherwise, they would all die. They could not block it at all. The 2 people who flew backward, vomiting blood, quickly took out elixirs and took them. They quickly retreated, and ran their cultivation methods to refine the elixirs to heal their injuries. They had no strength to continue fighting. A strong wind swept over, and the direct impact made Chen Zong feel as if he was about to be crushed. Fortunately, he had the Heart Treasure Garment to protect him, which directly reduced the power of the attack by 70%. Chen Zong's body was extremely strong, and he also blocked the remaining 30% of the impact. Only his qi and blood were shaken, but he was not injured. However, Chen Zong was more careful and vigilant. It was just a gust of wind that swept past, and it was already like this. If he was hit directly, he would definitely vomit blood and be injured. The terrifying strength kept rushing in all directions, repelling the void and shaking the 4 poles. Its power was extremely shocking, as if it could destroy everything. Waves of air surged, crazily shaking all directions, making everyone feel as if they had entered the deep sea. The dragon kept roaring, and its tail, claws, and head collided. Chapter 1984. Third update. The changes in the rankings are really as fast as flipping through a book. Steady, brothers. In the sky, the 1,000-meter-long 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon danced wildly. Its huge tail slapped down, bursting with unparalleled terrifying power. The astonishing pressure was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down from the sky. The terrible pressure made it difficult for everyone to move and breathe, as if they were about to be crushed. Explode. All of them tried their best to dodge. The roar was earth-shattering, and a terrifying tsunami-like sound was heard. The terrifying pressure was like an invisible mountain crashing down, directly crushing the area below. A mountain was also smashed into pieces by the shocking power. An unlucky person could not dodge in time and was hit by the dragon tail. The terrifying power exploded and slammed that person into the mountain. His whole body sank in, and he vomited blood as his bones and muscles were broken. The dragon claw tore through the sky and sent another genius flying. He was bleeding profusely and looked as if he was about to be torn apart. Everyone's eyelids twitched. If he was not treated in time, he might die here. The divine weapon's secret realm was not a good place. If he died, he would really die. Chunzong was extremely calm. With the sword in his hand, he seemed to be in control of the surroundings. The pressure brought by the 10,000 transformation divine weapon made Chunzong's essence, qi, and spirit more condensed. The three flowers condensed, and the essence of power flowed faster toward the flower of the ultimate realm in the center. Like the essence, qi, and spirit flowers, the flower of the ultimate realm was also calculated by the degree of condensation. The most direct way was 10%, 20%, 30%, until it reached 100%. From the first level of perfection to the second level, condensing the flower of the ultimate realm and mastering the power of the ultimate realm, one's power would be doubled. Then, as one's cultivation increased, the flower of the ultimate realm would continue to condense. Every 10% increase would also increase one's power. Of course, it was not as obvious as doubling one's power. But as long as one's cultivation increased, one's power would definitely increase. Chunzong had just entered the second level not long ago. Before entering the divine weapon secret realm, his flower of the ultimate realm had not even reached 10%. But now, under the pressure of the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon, his flower of the ultimate realm was condensed even faster than usual. With a flash of light, 10% of the flower of extreme had been completed. Correspondingly, the three essence, qi, and spirit flowers had become less solid. It was their essence that had fused into the flower of extreme. When the ultimate flower of extreme was condensed to 10%, Chunzong felt an even stronger power emerge from the ultimate flower of extreme. The bones all over his body seemed to emit a slight cracking sound that only he could hear. His internal organs had become stronger, his meridians had become tougher, his muscles seemed to have accumulated more strength, and his skin had also become tougher. There seemed to be a layer of power flowing through his skin, as if it could withstand all attacks. At the second level of the demigod level, there would gradually be power circulating around the body, forming a layer of invisible protection. There was no need to activate it. It would naturally defend against attacks from the outside world and protect the body. When one had just entered the second level, this power was almost undetectable. As the ultimate flower of extreme was condensed and one's cultivation increased, the protective power would also increase. In this aspect, it was not as strong as the demigod of the void. This was because when the demigod of the void entered the second level of the demigod level, its protective power would become obvious. No one knew that Chunzong's power had unknowingly increased. And Chunzong did not display any more power. He was still holding back. This was because defeating the 10,000 transformation divine weapon was not the end. It was just a turning point. Next, it would be a fight. A fight between everyone. A fight for the divine weapon and the divine weapon source. As the ultimate flower of extreme was condensed to 10%, Chunzong had spare energy to observe his surroundings. 2 of the 3 true disciples of the Sword Palace of the First Yuan sect were present. The Oblique Wind Sword and the Drizzle Sword. As for the Sword of No Return, it did not come. Perhaps it was further away. This made Chunzong a little disappointed. From the corner of his eye, he observed the Drizzle Sword's swordsmanship. The swordsmanship was like a drizzle. The sound was subtle, but it was as if it moistened everything silently. By the time one noticed it, one would have been hit many times. As for the oblique wind sword, it was known as the swift and fierce sword. As expected, its swordsmanship was extremely swift and fierce. Every swing of the sword had an astonishing sharpness that could tear the sky apart. It was better than the others, as if it could tear everything apart. Every swing of the sword seemed to have abandoned any elegance. It only pursued extreme sharpness. It was an extreme swordsmanship, but it had an extremely terrifying power. The others, such as Li Wenhe, Yang Ji, and Bai Mei, were also fighting. They were the true disciples of the Yuan sect, and they were using fist and palm martial arts. Bai Mei's body looked small, but the momentum when she attacked was very violent. Yuan, which was the beginning, had always been overbearing. The small white fist looked like an exquisite work of art, but when it was thrown out, it was very violent. It was like the fist of a Tyrannosaurus rex, which could destroy everything. That small, white, jade-like fist contained an extremely violent and tyrannical force that could destroy everything. Moreover, when the fist was thrown out, it seemed simple, but it caused the surrounding aura to fluctuate. Yang Ji and Li Wenhe's attacks had different powers, but in essence, they were the same as Bai Mei's. They both had the beginning of Yuan. Involuntarily, Chen Zong observed the drizzle sword and the oblique wind sword again. He found that in their swordsmanship, the deep essence was similar to that of Bai Mei and the other two. However, although the essence was the same in the deepest part, what was displayed was different. The beginning of the Yuan, the renewal of all things. Chen Zong could not help but have a thought. This was the doctrine of the Yuan sect, and it contained its principles and mysteries. Using the Yuan as the foundation to display all things, it was indeed a superb mystery. Vaguely, Chen Zong seemed to be able to catch something, but he could not catch it. That kind of inspiration was fleeting, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He could not recall it. Chen Zong understood that it was because he hadn't truly grasped the essential elements and the mysteries within. If he had grasped it, then the light of inspiration would appear again, and perhaps it would bring him a deeper level of understanding. Fighting with the disciples of the Yuan sect would be a good way to do that. However, now was not the time. He had to defeat the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon first. There were dozens of geniuses, some of whom were from the Yuan sect, and some of whom were not. They were geniuses from other galactic forces. Under the joint attack, more than 10 of them were seriously injured and had to retreat. They were reduced to watching the battle while healing their injuries. However, they were not just watching the battle, because they were also waiting to heal their injuries and restore their strength. After the 10,000 transformation divine weapon was defeated, they would make a move to snatch it. Everyone had their own schemes in their hearts. To be able to grow to their current status and strength, no one was a fool. Even the truly honest people would have their own little thoughts. They wanted to save some strength for the subsequent battle. If they really did their best now, it was very likely that they would only benefit others. Some of the remaining people were slightly injured, but it was not a hindrance. The battle was extremely fierce, and it continued. Its huge body of more than 1,000 meters made it more difficult for the dragon to avoid the attacks of the crowd. It was constantly hit, and its strength was constantly being consumed. Perhaps the amount of energy consumed by each attack was very small, but the number of attacks and the frequency of the attacks was high. So far, the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon had been bombarded at least thousands of times, and the light on its body had dimmed a little. This gave the crowd hope. They were all encouraged. The dragon roared and became more and more violent, as if it was angry. Chen Zong looked cold and serious. His eyes were focused, and he attacked with his sword. Every sword was extremely condensed, and he pursued the greatest lethality with the least energy consumption. A sword move like the thousands of knots in the heart was completely unsuitable to deal with the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon. The sharp claws swept across the sky, but Chen Zong's body was as light as a feather, a gust of wind. He dodged and swung his sword. The sword directly slashed the dragon's claws, bursting out thousands of sparks. A terrible force rebounded, causing Chen Zong's sword to bounce high, and in an instant, it fell down at an even faster speed. It was like a bamboo in the wind. In just a moment, the dragon's claws were slashed more than a dozen times by Chen Zong, and the light seemed to have dimmed a little. It was only a dragon's claw, but it was made up of many divine weapons. With a boom, the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon suddenly trembled, and its light dimmed a little. Kill, 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 kill. Bai Mei's small fist suddenly blasted out, and an extremely terrifying force burst out, as if it was going to shatter the void. That punch was shrouded in fist force, as if it had turned into a giant's fist. In an instant, wind, thunder, water, and fire intertwined, and when they collided, the power was even more terrifying. That punch was like a meteorite, earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The dragon's tail was hit, and it shook violently. As the light flickered, it seemed like it was going to disintegrate. Bai Mei's serious little face seemed to blush a little, as if it was caused by the surge of qi and blood. Eldest senior sister's punch is even more violent. Li Wenhe subconsciously shrunk his neck, and Yan Ji's cold face seemed to tremble slightly. Everyone knew that it was the last moment. The power of the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon was about to be exhausted, and they all burst out with their ultimate move. Drizzle Sword, Cleansing Rain, lifted up her sword. Suddenly, countless rain-like sword chi turned into a rainstorm, and with a terrifying force blasted toward the dragon. Oblique Wind Sword's sword was raised high, and it was slightly slanted. A layer of faintly discernible sword chi flowed and circulated on the sword's edge. When the sword slashed down, the void was torn, leaving a sword mark. All creation? Sword of Heart Refinement. Chen Zong's body seemed to sway, and an illusion appeared, and together with the real body, they all attacked with their swords. Two powerful sword lights broke through the void in an instant, and directly hit the body of the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon. 3 flowers combined into one, condensing the flower of the ultimate state, and the whole body was enhanced. Then, he used all creation again? The sword of heart refinement would not be burdened like before, and it would be more than enough. Of course, there was still a gap if he wanted to use it casually. With his current strength, he could only use it 5 times in a short period of time. Chapter 1986. The 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon was finally defeated. Its body, which was more than 1,000 meters long, exploded in an instant and spread out in all directions. Clusters of origin of divine weapons, which were of different colors and exuded extremely pure auras, were mixed among the countless divine weapons and sputtered in all directions like meteors. Everyone was very excited. Attack! They all reached out toward the incoming divine weapons and origin of divine weapons. Especially the origin of divine weapons, which was the focus of everyone's attention. Those who had not obtained the origin of divine weapons urgently needed the origin of divine weapons to refine and absorb and nurture them into divine weapons of life. Those who had already obtained the origin of divine weapons needed the origin of divine weapons of life to shorten the nurturing time. As for divine weapons, although they were also very valuable, the origin of divine weapons was relatively more attractive. Of course, everyone would also take the origin of divine weapons. After all, they were very valuable and useful. Chen Zong grabbed at the void with his left hand and immediately put the 2 divine weapons into the 9 heaven rings. The long sword in his right hand pointed and made a circle. The sword chi directly and cleverly encircled a lump of origin of divine weapons. He quickly drew it closer and absorbed it into his body. As soon as the origin of divine weapons entered his body, it immediately entered his inner world and was absorbed by the origin of divine weapons of life, shortening the nurturing time. At this time, Chen Zong did not check how much time had been shortened because time was tight. Everyone was chasing after the divine weapons and origin of divine weapons that sputtered in all directions. Everyone was fighting side by side before, but in the blink of an eye, they had all become competitors, even if they were from the same sect. Get lost! Someone swept out his leg. The leg's shadow was as heavy as a mountain and carried a terrifying force. It forced the opponent to retreat. He reached out and immediately grabbed a lump of origin of divine weapons. That's mine. If you don't retreat, you'll die. Kill! The scene was chaotic. Dozens of people were fighting endlessly. Chen Zong dodged an attack from behind and quickly grabbed the origin of divine weapons. It quickly disappeared into his inner world and was quickly absorbed by the origin of divine weapons. That person's eyes were cold and full of killing intent as he stared at Chen Zong. It was as if he was saying, "I'll remember you. I'll settle this score with you later." Chen Zong was not afraid at all. Snatch. As the divine weapons and origin of divine weapons sputtered farther and farther away, everyone had to split up and chase after them. The moment the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon exploded, at least 2,000 external divine weapons shot out at an astonishing speed like meteors breaking through the sky. Although there were not as many divine weapon origins as the external divine weapons, there were hundreds of them. Chen Zong's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at the two balls of origin of divine weapons. In a flash, he transformed into a sword light and flew over. In an instant, he grabbed the two balls of origin of divine weapons and absorbed them into his inner world. And heaven and heaven and heaven and heaven. Silhouettes crisscrossed and spread all over the place. Every one of them burst out with extreme speed. Even those who had been injured earlier had taken action one after another, even though their injuries had not fully recovered. The sputtering speed of the external divine weapon and divine weapon origin was astonishing, but everyone reacted very quickly. The sword light filled the sky and the saber light shocked the world. No one looked down on her because of her petite figure. Although everyone reacted quickly and attacked quickly, half of the origin of divine weapons of life and origin of divine weapons of life flew far away. Given some time, these divine weapons of life and death would recover their strength and be able to transform again. As for the origin of divine weapons of life and death, as long as they found a suitable environment, they could be nurtured into divine weapons of life and death again. After collecting more than a dozen origin of divine weapons and more than 20 divine weapons of life and death, Chen Zong chased after 3 origin of divine weapons of life and death at an extremely fast speed. They're all mine. A blade light flashed across the sky and mercilessly attacked Chen Zong. It was as if it was going to cut Chen Zong in half. Chen Zong did not say anything. Instead, he attacked with his sword. The sword light was dark golden, but it was extremely condensed. The sword left a clear mark in the void and directly shattered the blade light. Then, it continued to attack with irresistible force. That person's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly defended himself with his saber. The dark golden sword light hit the saber and burst out with an extremely powerful force. This force was highly condensed and extremely powerful. It seemed to be able to penetrate everything in the void. It also contained an extremely shocking heat that could burn everything. The bright saber trembled in an instant. With the sword light as the center, a touch of red quickly spread out. The shockingly high temperature spread and scorched the surroundings. The terrifying sword chi seemed to have penetrated the barrier of the saber and directly hit the opponent's body. Retreat! 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 The power of this sword was too strong and shocking. It was difficult to resist. He could only retreat to avoid the opponent's attack again. At the same time, He could also use this to dissipate the terrifying power contained in this sword. Chen Zong did not attack again. It was more important to collect the divine weapon origins and external divine weapons. In an instant, the 3 divine weapon origins were all collected and absorbed by Chen Zong. More than 10 external divine weapons were also collected by Chen Zong into the 9 heavens ring. The harvest was amazing. Turning around, Chen Zong immediately changed his direction and chased after the other divine weapon origins. The closer it was to the end, the fewer external divine weapons and divine weapon origins there were. The competition became more intense. Some people began to fight over a divine weapon origin. "Brother Chen, I'm sorry. This is mine." Drizzle Sword Mu Yu was much closer to the divine weapon origin. She quickly attacked. Her sword qi surrounded the divine weapon origin like silk. She quickly pulled it closer and grabbed it. It disappeared. Turning around, Mu Yu smiled at Chen Zong. Chen Zong ignored Mu Yu and did not attack her. Instead, he looked around and changed his direction again. He flew towards the nearest external divine weapon origin. There were only a few hundred divine weapon origins. He had already collected close to 20 of them. It was a good harvest. As for the other divine weapon origins, most of them had fallen into the hands of others. There were only a few left, but they were too far away from him. As such, he might as well collect the nearest external divine weapon origin first. Then, he would fight for the divine weapon origin. That way, he would not miss the opportunity. Mu Yu's body moved quickly. She turned into a ray of sword light. Like a drizzle, she shuttled forward. She also had her eyes on the external divine weapon origin. Suddenly, the sword qi drifted towards Chen Zong like a drizzle, giving Chen Zong a feeling of being enveloped. The seemingly drizzle was actually an extremely sharp sword qi. Once struck by it, he would definitely be injured. Chen Zong was shocked. He waved his sword. The sword light was so small that it was almost undetectable. It was as if it did not exist. However, it directly blocked and shattered all the sword qi. "It's mine again." Mu Yu smiled. She stretched out her hand to grab the external divine weapon origin. Unexpectedly, the external divine weapon origin seemed to have intelligence. It moved horizontally in another direction. Chen Zong had made a move. He used the formless sword qi to pull the external divine weapon origin. When the external divine weapon origin fell into his hands, he quickly kept it in the 9 heavens ring. "I'll let you have it." Mu Yu's eyelids trembled slightly. She smiled. However, Chen Zong did not care. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings and locked onto his target again. Mu Yu, however, seemed to be going against Chen Zong. She chased after him again and attacked with her sword. Traces of sword qi appeared around her like a drizzle. They swayed gently with the wind. When they accumulated to a certain extent, they shot out along with Mu Yu's sword. In an instant, there was a burst of ear-piercing sounds that sounded like rain hitting a banana leaf. The drizzle turned into a rainstorm. It seemed to lack the softness and lightness of a drizzle. Instead, it had the violence and power of a rainstorm. This was an even more lethal sword. The rainstorm of sword qi blasted towards Chen Zong. It seemed as if it wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. Chen Zong seemed to have an epiphany. He waved his sword. With a twist of his wrist, the sword light drew a circle. The circle first became smaller and larger. It was as if it had turned into a black hole. It surrounded all the strong and sharp rainstorm of sword qi and absorbed it continuously. It then became smaller and smaller. In an instant, it was compressed to a point, turned into the most powerful sword qi. It immediately shot out and left a mark in the void. Mu Yu's face suddenly changed. She felt that the sword qi that was shooting towards her contained a terrifying power. It seemed as if it could pierce through everything. It made her feel as if she could not block it. It was extremely sharp. It was so sharp that it could pierce through everything. In an instant, the sword qi suddenly exploded. It turned into countless sword chi that was like a rainstorm. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it blasted towards Mu Yu. The smile on Mu Yu's face suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a look of shock. Extreme shock. What was that? That was clearly the killing move that he had just executed. It was like a storm of swords. No, it was not the same move. It was even more powerful than the previous move. It felt as if the other party had absorbed her rainstorm-killing sword and fused it with his own strength before returning it to her. What kind of terrifying sword move was that? Without much time to think, Mu Yu immediately retreated. She kept waving her sword because it was impossible for her to dodge. She waved her sword and shattered the rainstorm of sword chi. Every rainstorm of sword chi was bursting with astonishing power. It caused Mu Yu's sword to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yu immediately turned into a rain of sword chi and pierced through the gap. At the same time, Chen Zong had already kept the external mystical weapon into the 9 heavenly rings. Without looking at Mu Yu, Chen Zong immediately rushed towards the other external mystical weapons. Interesting. This time, Mu Yu did not chase after Chen Zong, because she felt that she could not see through Chen Zong's move. She was not confident. Her eyes narrowed. A cold light flashed through the depths of her eyes. That was a trace of killing intent. Chen Zong constantly recalled the feeling of using the sword chi just now. He wanted to imprint it in his mind. Later on, he would carefully comprehend it. It would be a good sword move. As for now, the most important thing was to fight for the external mystical weapons and the mystical weapon source. "I'm sorry, Brother Chen." Li Wenhe quickly kept an external mystical weapon and said to Chen Zong apologetically. "It's okay." Chen Zong smiled and replied. His body did not stop at all. He once again flew towards the other side. Under such circumstances, even if they had a good relationship with each other, they would become competitors. Chapter 1987. Another external godly weapon was obtained, but the others were too far away. Moreover, there were at least 2 people fighting for them, and at most 3 or 4. It was very intense. Chen Zong glanced at them and was about to leave. He was going to look for external godly weapons and godly weapon sources elsewhere. The harvest this time was not small. There were more than 20 godly weapon sources and more than 60 external godly weapons. It was really an amazing harvest. Now, 10 days was only the end of the first day. There were at least 8 more days to continue searching. It was not impossible to find more external godly weapons and godly weapon sources. Second senior brother. Mu Yu stared in the direction Chen Zong left and immediately sent a message to the Oblique Wind Sword. The Oblique Wind Sword was fighting for an external godly weapon. When he heard Mu Yu's message, he immediately looked over. After that, their figures flashed, and the 2 of them transformed into 2 rays of sword light that flew swiftly in the direction Chen Zong had left. In a short time, Chen Zong flew hundreds of thousands of meters away. He paused and stopped in midair, as if he was waiting for something. 2 beams of sword light flew from afar. One was sharp and the other was gentle, but they both contained amazing sharpness. Oblique Wind Sword. Drizzle Sword. Since the 2 of them had chased after him, it was obvious why they chased after him. Brother Chen, congratulations on obtaining so many external godly weapons and godly weapon sources. The Drizzle Sword moved and distanced himself from the Oblique Wind Sword. They surrounded Chen Zong like 2 horns, and their auras locked down the area. Hand over half. The Oblique Wind Sword's words were not as tactful as the Drizzle Sword's. Instead, he was very direct and sharp. It was as if his sword was going to pierce through the air with amazing sharpness. "In that case, let's have a bet." Chen Zong smiled. "We sword cultivators should compete with swords. If I lose, I will hand over all my external godly weapons. If you lose, you will also hand over all your external godly weapons." The reason why he did not mention godly weapon sources was that he had absorbed all his godly weapon sources and could not take them out. So, Drizzle Sword, Oblique Wind Sword, who wants to compete with me? Chen Zong's voice was as sharp as iron. Of course, he would not fight 1 against 2. That method was too reckless. After all, no matter if it was the Drizzle Sword or the Oblique Wind Sword, they both had terrifying strength. Chen Zong was confident, but not arrogant. If he was arrogant, he wouldn't have survived until now. He would have been a pile of bones by now. As for Chen Zong's suggestion, Mu Yu was deep in thought. He was analyzing the probability of winning and losing. He had to make a plan before acting, instead of agreeing to it immediately. This was his habit, his way of doing things. But at that moment, a bitter smile appeared on Mu Yu's face. He thought of his second senior brother. The oblique wind sword, the sharper the sword. The more direct the sword, the less consideration there was. If there was a provocation, an unpleasing to the eye, or all sorts of other things, one could just draw the sword and slash at the other party. There was no need to think. As expected, the oblique wind sword had already unsheathed his sword. When the light green blade left the scabbard, it cut through the air at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. Ripples spread out as if it was cutting through the water surface. A thin blade of sword chi also shot out, directly towards Chen Zong. Such a sword meant that the oblique wind sword accepted Chen Zong's bet. Cleansing Rain could not help but step back with a bitter smile on her face. By leaving the battlefield to Chen Zong and her second senior brother, Slanting Wind Sword, she had tacitly agreed to Chen Zong's bet. Of course, it was not a battle of pure sword skills, but a battle of strength. The winner would be the winner. Whichever side lost would have to give up all their foreign mystical weapons. Based on his previous observation, Mu Yu estimated that Chen Zong had at least 50 foreign mystical weapons. This was a good deal. In addition, he was very confident in the oblique wind sword's strength. Even if his eldest senior brother, the Sword of No Return, wanted to defeat his second senior brother, it would be very difficult. Chen Zong's strength was indeed very strong. Mu Yu felt that he could not see through him. However, Mu Yu believed that if they really fought, he might not be inferior to him. The sword Chi Wind Blade instantly cut through the air. Its power was not very strong, but it was very fast. It was extremely fast, crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. This was the prelude. It was the prelude to the oblique wind sword's attack. No matter if his opponent blocked or dodged the sword Chi Wind Blade attack, he would receive the real attack from the oblique wind sword. The light green blade suddenly shone and turned into a huge sword Chi Wind Blade that was more than 10 meters long. In an instant it cut through the void. Extreme speed. The extremely sharp and fierce sword made Chen Zong feel like he was being torn apart. However, Chen Zong was not afraid. Instead, he smiled and showed a touch of excitement. This was a good opponent. After he unsheathed his sword and shattered the first sword Chi Wind Blade, he did not dodge. Instead, he directly attacked. The golden sword light shone and collided with the sword Chi Wind Blade. The sword light dissipated and turned into countless sword chi that shot in all directions. It covered the surroundings and covered the area within 1,000 meters. It was as if the void had been turned into a sieve. The oblique wind sword's figure disappeared in front of Chen Zong's eyes. A strand of extremely fine, strong wind that carried an incomparable sharpness instantly attacked from behind. It was extremely fast, and extremely ferocious and terrifying. The sword Chi instantly seemed as if it wanted to pierce through Chen Zong's body and tear it apart. He did not turn around, but his sword had already attacked behind him. With a light tap, the extremely condensed sword light hit the sword Chi that was attacking him. It instantly exploded and turned into countless sword Chi that shrouded Chen Zong from top to bottom. He felt as if his entire body had been pierced into countless pieces. It was as if he had been turned into a sieve. However, Chunzong's expression did not change. He turned his sword around and immediately surrounded all the sword chi. From small to large, then from large to small, he counterattacked with his sword. Mu Yu's pupils shrank. Wasn't that the same move that he used to deal with her rainstorm killing sword? Now that she was watching from the sidelines, she could see more clearly. Circle after circle, the sword absorbed the opponent's attack, compressed it, and then counterattacked with his own strength. Not only did it have the power of the sword, but it also had the support of his own strength. It was even more powerful. The sword chi exploded like a broken wind, completely enveloping the oblique wind sword. The even stronger power caused the oblique wind sword's expression to change greatly. With a shout, his eyes were as sharp as swords. A layer of green sword aura instantly appeared on the body of the light green sword. It flowed around the body of the sword like water, and it was like an extremely sharp sword wind that circulated endlessly. The oblique wind sword slashed. It was only a slash, but it had an overwhelming power. It immediately blocked all the sword chi that was coming at him. A sword tip pierced through the sword chi of the oblique wind sword. It was like a reflection in the water. It pierced through the oblique wind sword's sword and directly pierced towards his heart. This sword was merciless. This was a gambling match. The winner and loser could be determined. It could also determine life and death. Be careful. The moment Chunzong's sword slashed out, it was silent. However, Mu Yu saw it clearly and could not help but warn him. This made Chunzong frown. To a certain extent, Mu Yu's actions had violated the rules of the gambling match. Since it was a battle between him and the oblique wind sword, no one else was allowed to interfere. Receiving Mu Yu's warning, the oblique wind sword immediately reacted. His sword trembled slightly, and the sword light turned into a wind wall. It covered his body and blocked Chunzong's sword. Although it was pierced through in an instant, it gave the oblique wind sword a chance. He immediately turned into a gust of wind and quickly pulled away. The oblique wind sword slashed towards Chunzong. Chunzong took advantage of the situation. With a sword in hand, he displayed an extremely exquisite swordsmanship. His sword turned into a thread and left a mark in the void. For a moment, the oblique wind sword was actually at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Even second senior brother is being suppressed. Mu Yu was shocked. She carefully observed Chunzong's swordsmanship and constantly calculated. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will win every battle. This was his belief and behavior. The oblique wind sword was shocked. In close combat, his sharp swordsmanship was actually being suppressed. Although he was only at a disadvantage, it was still a disadvantage. His opponent's swordsmanship was clearly not as sharp as his own, nor was it as deadly as his eldest senior brother's, nor was it as calculative as his third junior brother's. However, it had a feeling that it was ever-changing and unchanging at the same time. It was as if it contained all mysteries, but also as if there were no mysteries at all. It was difficult to judge. The oblique wind sword's swordsmanship was indeed very sharp. It was so sharp that it surprised Chunzong. This kind of direct confrontation was much clearer and more direct than watching from the sidelines. And this kind of sharpness was gradually absorbed by Chunzong. Bit by bit, he integrated it into his own swordsmanship and used it for himself. Fortunately, his cultivation had broken through to the second stage of the demigod rank and his flower of extreme had reached 10%. Otherwise, he might not have been able to suppress his opponent. Chunzong did not plan to waste any time. He attacked with every sword. Some were as violent as thunder, some were as swift as the wind, some were as heavy as a mountain, some were as turbulent as water, some were as sharp as gold, and some were as vigorous as wood. Light and heavy, fast and slow, yin and yang. Every sword's trajectory was different. The force and aura they contained were also different. This made the oblique wind sword feel difficult to defend against. The previous sword strike was clearly so fierce, as if it could destroy a mountain. However, it suddenly became light and flexible, as if an incomparably heavy mountain was pushing forward. At the moment of contact, it seemed to lose all its weight, as if it was just a shadow, as light as a feather. Even though he had already used all his strength to defend against that sword, he still felt as if he had not used all his strength. It was very uncomfortable and his chest felt stuffy. What strange swordsmanship! Although Mu Yu knew that using the word strange to describe it wasn't appropriate, he couldn't find a better word to describe it. He could only use the word strange to describe it. Back at the Lin family's Sword Star Great Snow Mountain, this person probably did not use all of his swordsmanship to fight with him. At that time, he didn't have so many variations. Of course, it was also because he didn't continue to fight. If he had continued to fight back then, he would have learned more about his opponent. Then, his second senior brother might not be so suppressed now. If this continued, he might lose. No, I can't lose. Mu Yu's heart was bleeding when he thought about how he would have to hand over his external divine weapon if he lost. Therefore, he couldn't lose no matter what. However, he couldn't help him directly. So, a strange look flashed across Mu Yu's eyes. Chapter 1988. The oblique wind sword raised his eyebrows slightly and swung his sword diagonally. However, he changed his indomitable style. He paused in the middle of the attack and changed it into a stab. Then, he gently pointed his sword at the end. Chunzong was slightly surprised. Just now, the oblique wind sword's swordsmanship was indomitable and fierce. Every strike seemed to be as fierce as blood. But now it was still fierce. It was just that the style seemed to have changed. There was more calculation. Yes, calculation. But Chunzong did not doubt it. Maybe the oblique wind sword only fought with an indomitable style. When he met a strong opponent, he would change his style to deal with a strong opponent. Without a doubt, the sword art was still sharp, and the lethality was shocking. However, the oblique wind sword, that had a few more variations, was even more threatening than before. However, it did not make Chunzong feel afraid. Instead, it made him happy. For a moment, the oblique wind sword, who was at a disadvantage, was on par with Chunzong. Gradually, Chunzong found that the oblique wind sword's swordsmanship was more flexible and varied. It was no longer as fierce and rigid as before. It seemed that the oblique wind sword was undergoing a metamorphosis. A metamorphosis in swordsmanship. When the oblique wind sword was swung out, it condensed into a wisp of sword chi and attacked from the side. But the oblique wind sword came from the other side. The trajectory was beyond Chunzong's expectation. But Chunzong was still able to capture, resist, defeat, and counterattack the oblique wind sword with his superb swordsmanship. Wisps of wind-breaking sword chi kept condensing and floating around the oblique wind sword. The oblique wind sword was so sharp and fierce that it locked on Chunzong. It seemed that it would shoot out at any time and pierce through Chunzong's body. On the sword in Chunzong's hand, the cyan sword light flickered. It was so sharp that it could cut through everything. Hundreds of wisps of wind-breaking sword chi shot out in an instant. It gave Chunzong a feeling of continuous drizzle. It was as if the fierce sword chi of the oblique wind sword had merged with the continuous drizzle of sword chi, or it was as if the continuous drizzle of sword chi had merged with the fierce oblique wind sword. It was as if the two had merged into one. Therefore, this sword strike posed a greater threat to Chunzong. With this kind of strength, the difference between the increase and decrease in strength was very obvious. However, Chunzong did not suspect anything else. He did not suspect drizzle sword cleansing rain. At this moment, Mu Yu was constantly observing and analyzing Chunzong's swordsmanship. This was what he was good at. Especially when he was watching from the sidelines, he could see more clearly. Therefore, He transmitted everything he observed and analyzed to the oblique wind sword through divine sense, helping the oblique wind sword deal with Chen Zong. To a certain extent, it was as if the drizzle sword and the oblique wind sword were working together against Chen Zong. This was already against the rules of the battle. However, he couldn't lose. Once he lost, all his previous gains would be for naught. In total, the two of them had dozens of external divine weapons. Their value was extraordinary. Furthermore, he had snatched it from the 10,000 transformation divine weapon. The 10,000 transformation divine weapon rarely appeared. He was very lucky to have encountered it this time. Perhaps the external divine weapons that he could get in the remaining time would not be as good as today's. Moreover, the external divine weapons that his opponent had obtained were no less than 50. If he could get them, it was inevitable for humans to have all kinds of desires. Chen Zong did not know that the oblique wind sword that he was fighting against was secretly helped by the drizzle sword. However, Chen Zong was addicted to this kind of battle. He went all out without holding back. In the fierce battle, Chen Zong gradually understood the moves and style of the oblique wind sword. The heart sword essence, the single-hearted sword, was the most unpredictable. The oblique wind sword was the oblique wind sword after all. Although part of the mysteries of the drizzle sword had been integrated into its swordsmanship, it did not belong to him. He could not control it as he wished. Chen Zong stabbed with his sword. The sword light was subtle and undetectable. However, it seemed to be refracted in the water. It went through the oblique wind sword and attacked directly. The sword chi of the wind-breaking sword gathered again from all directions and attacked Chen Zong's sword. Chen Zong's figure flashed. In an instant, 5 illusions appeared around him. 5 sword lights also shot out. They shattered the sword chi of the wind-breaking sword and attacked the oblique wind sword directly. He retreated with one strike. The attack of the sword chi made the oblique wind sword's expression change greatly. With the help of the drizzle sword's secret voice transmission, he had recovered from the disadvantage. However, he was now at a disadvantage again. It seemed that after he had improved, his opponent had also improved. The endless feeling made him feel desperate. In that case, the oblique wind sword swung his sword. It was majestic like a hurricane. However, he took the opportunity to retreat and widen the distance between him and Chen Zong. A battle was nothing more than close combat and a fierce battle at an appropriate distance. The oblique wind sword was good at close combat and long-distance fierce battles. Since he was suppressed by his opponent in close combat, he could only change the way he fought. The cyan sword light stretched out in an instant and shot out across the void. It turned into a terrifying roaring hurricane dozens of meters away, destroying everything. Cyan hurricanes appeared in the void. There were 9 of them in total. 9 dragons air kill. In an instant, Chen Zong was surrounded by the 9 hurricanes. Each hurricane was formed by countless cyan sword chi. They were extremely terrifying and could destroy everything. They closed in from all directions and locked onto Chen Zong. The terrifying force kept pulling, as if it was going to tear Chen Zong's body apart. Chen Zong only felt that his body was being pulled by 9 different forces in different directions. It was as if he was going to be torn apart. If his body was not strong enough, if he had not condensed the top-level flower of essence, he would not have been able to bear it. But now, it could not shake him at all. Chen Zong glanced around and focused his eyes. His body also became ethereal. Star Piercer. The dark golden sword light shot out in an arc, but the sword's speed was even faster. In an instant, it pierced through a hurricane tornado. Sword of Heart Refinement. In an instant, he turned his body into a sword and became one with the sword. He turned into a peerless sword light and tore through the sky. He directly pierced through the hurricane tornado and attacked the oblique wind sword. Sword slash. The oblique wind sword flew out and felt a sword light constantly bombarding his chest. Although it was blocked by a layer of light on his body, the extremely powerful force seemed to penetrate his heart and soul. He felt like he was being torn apart. He flew back dozens of meters and could not help but spit out a small mouthful of blood. The oblique wind sword's eyes became sharper. He could actually hurt himself. How long had it been since he had experienced this feeling? It was really nostalgic. The oblique wind sword's eyes became sharper and his aura became more terrifying. It was as if there were wisps of wind sword chi condensing around his body and constantly appearing. Spitting blood. How long had it been? A few years ago, he was beaten to the point of spitting blood by eldest senior brother, the sword of no return, and eldest senior sister, by May from the Origin Palace. Now, he was beaten to the point of spitting blood again. His sword will grew increasingly stronger and sharper. Countless fine wind sword chi continued to grow and condense, fusing with an extremely terrifying sword will. That sword chi was light green in color, like specks of green starlight, spreading around his body and converging into one. There was a boom as if the clouds were pierced. Muyu knew that her second senior brother was excited. He completely exploded with all his strength and burst out with a secret technique. This secret technique could increase his strength by 60% in a short period of time. Using all his strength and the secret technique, the oblique wind sword's combat strength increased greatly. Suddenly, he slashed with his sword and the green sword chi slashed diagonally, with an extremely mysterious trajectory. When the sword slashed out, it was as if it split the sky into two. It made Chen Zong feel like he was being split apart. It was much stronger than before. First level of breaking extremity. Star-penetrating sword. Chen Zong slashed out with his sword and the dark golden sword chi flew across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the drizzle sword suddenly attacked. Wisps of sword chi were condensed in an instant and shot toward Chen Zong at the fastest speed. It was fast, subtle, and very sudden. It was completely unexpected and impossible to guard against. The oblique wind sword's slash was extremely powerful, but Chen Zong was confident that he could withstand it. In an instant, countless wisps of sword chi pierced through the air and attacked from behind. The moment they got close, they immediately turned into a torrential downpour and attacked mercilessly. He was attacked from the front and the back. It was very sudden. Even with Chen Zong's ability, he could not avoid it and could not deal with it at the same time. The green sword chi and the dark golden sword chi collided. They instantly stopped and shattered, but the storm-like sword chi bombarded Chen Zong's back one after another. Chen Zong only felt that the wisps of extremely terrifying sword chi were bombarding him. They penetrated his layers of protection as if they were going to pierce through his back. The heart-ean treasured robe resisted the storm-like sword chi and weakened its power by 70%. It also made it impossible for the sword chi to penetrate. However, the remaining 30% of the sword chi's power still made Chen Zong feel very uncomfortable. It was as if the sword chi was going to invade and destroy his body, but it was blocked by his strong body. Although he wasn't injured, Chen Zong was still enraged. "You're courting death." He turned around and his body flashed. In an instant, he became ethereal. Then, two illusions appeared on Chen Zong's left and right. Attack. Manifestation of all creations? Sword of heart refinement. It was just an illusion before, but when Chen Zong succeeded in combining the three flowers into one, there was an additional illusion that was even more powerful. 3 beams of sword chi shot out at the same time. Each sword carried extremely terrifying power. The speed of the sword was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. After Muyu attacked, she expected Chen Zong to counterattack. However, she did not expect the counterattack to be so fast and fierce. She could not dodge in time. She could only wave her sword. Endless sword chi condensed in front of her in an instant. Then, they merged into a wisp of sword chi and shot out. Chen Zong's 3 beams of sword chi also merged into one in an instant. It did not become brighter. Instead, it became dimmer. However, its power had increased exponentially. Shatter. The moment they came into contact, the sword chi formed by the drizzle sword was instantly shattered by Chen Zong's sword light. The sword chi was like a hot knife through butter as it shot towards the drizzle sword. She could not dodge in time. She only moved slightly. The layers of protection on Mu Yu's body were instantly shattered. Even her inner armor was shattered. The right side of her chest was immediately pierced through and went straight through her back. The terrifying sword chi exploded in her right chest and raged wildly. Mu Yu's expression changed drastically. Chen Zong's expression was cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he attacked again. Stop! The oblique wind sword reacted quickly. He immediately flew across the sky and attacked. The green sword chi covered the sky and shone in all directions. Get lost! Chen Zong roared. The second stage of extreme break was activated. The star-piercing sword shattered the green sword chi and repelled the oblique wind sword. Chapter 1989. First update. Thank you for the tip, star-piercing sword. The oblique wind sword retreated a few hundred meters. The light green sword body trembled slightly, emitting a buzzing sound. The hand holding the sword was trembling even more, the web between the thumb and the index finger cracked, traces of blood flowed out, the corner of the mouth had a trace of blood, and the face was slightly pale. The moment the oblique wind sword blocked, Mu Yu quickly took out a pill and crushed it, turning it into powder and sprinkling it on the wound on her chest. She then quickly took a few more pills and used her martial arts to dissolve the pill's power to heal the wound. But the sword chi that invaded her body was very difficult to deal with, making it difficult for Mu Yu to expel it. Stop first. The oblique wind sword immediately said. But Chen Zong seemed to have not heard it, and attacked again, directly towards the drizzle sword Mu Yu. Just now, when he was fighting with the oblique wind sword, Mu Yu's interference was equivalent to breaking the rules of the battle. That was fine, but that sword was even more merciless. It was not an interference. If he did not have the Heart Seal treasure robe to protect his body, that sword, even if it did not kill him, would have injured him quite badly, and the result would be that he would be besieged to death by the two. At that time, everything would belong to the opponent. Of course, even if he was injured, Chen Zong had some confidence in escaping. But no matter what, the drizzle sword Mu Yu's actions had angered Chen Zong. His heart was filled with murderous intent, and he wanted to kill Mu Yu as he wished. Mu Yu's face changed, she immediately retreated, and did not have the slightest intention to fight with Chen Zong, and directly ran away at full speed. The oblique wind sword forcibly mobilized his power, and attacked again, intercepting Chen Zong to buy time for Mu Yu to escape. Filled with murderous intent, Chen Zong once again used the star-piercing sword. The second layer of extreme break. Star-piercing sword. Kill. The oblique wind sword's sword light was shattered again. The terrifying sword energy instantly knocked the sword out of his hand, and his whole body was sent flying again under the impact of the terrifying sword energy. The web between his thumb and index finger was completely ruptured, and blood flowed non-stop. The robe on the arm holding the sword was shattered inch by inch, like a butterfly fluttering in the wind. Some of them even had cracks on their arms. Blood spurted out, and they were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Their right arms hung limply as if they had been crippled. Despite his severe injuries, the oblique wind sword gritted his teeth and grabbed at the air with his left hand. Instantly, the long sword that was spinning in the air flew back to him and landed in his hand. With a slash, the sword energy tore through the air and charged toward Chen Zong again. He only hoped that he could stop Chen Zong for a while. However, Chen Zong did not care about him. He turned into a ray of sword light and chased after Drizzle Sword Cleansing Rain. In the several confrontations in the Lin family of the Ring Sword planet, the killing intent had already existed. It was just that it hadn't burst out yet. Not long ago, Mu Yu had targeted him many times during the fight for the 10,000 transformation divine weapon. And now they were even attacking him. They deserved to die. When the killing intent in his heart was boiling, there was no need to suppress it. At this moment, he had to kill. When Slanting Wind Sword saw that Chen Zong was quickly fleeing into the distance, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted loudly as he chased after him. "Stop! I admit defeat." He could clearly feel Chen Zong's killing intent. That kind of killing intent seemed to be everlasting. Although his third junior brother had acted without permission and had broken the rules of the battle, even if his side had lost this battle, he was still very angry in his heart because he didn't like others interfering in a battle. His third junior brother's actions had also gone against his principles. However, no matter what, he could not let third junior brother be killed. Apart from their good relationship, it would be difficult to explain when he returned. However, Chen Zong was extremely fast and full of killing intent. Slanting Wind Sword was not in a good state and it would be difficult for him to catch up. He could only say that he would try his best. "Third junior brother, you miscalculated this time." Slanting Wind Sword sighed secretly as he chased after Chen Zong. Drizzle Sword Cleansing Rain had always been known as a scheming sword. She would not act rashly. She would observe for a while and only act when she had some confidence. First, she would test the waters and constantly observe, analyze, and understand. Therefore, from the past until now, there had never been any major mistake. She had always been able to win. However, this time, she was wrong, and it was a big mistake. She might have to pay the price with her life. Thinking of this, Slanting Wind Sword's heart sank. He could only hope that things would turn for the better. Run, run, run. Mu Yu could feel the deep killing intent behind him. The killing intent was like an undercurrent in the deep sea. It looked calm, but in truth, it concealed an astonishing destructive might that could destroy everything in an instant. Mu Yu felt that he had opened a door that he should not have opened, and released an extremely terrifying thing. He regretted it. The killing intent behind him was getting closer and closer. The sense of danger was getting stronger and stronger. If this continued, he might be killed. He did not want to die. If he could live, why should he die? For the first time, Mu Yu had doubts about his scheming sword. His scheming that had never failed in the past had now led him to his death. Escaping, he panicked. A figure entered his vision. It was a little far, but he was familiar and could recognize him. A smile of relief appeared on Mu Yu's face, and her speed had unknowingly increased by a bit. Eldest senior brother. At the same time, Mu Yu's voice came out. In the sky, a young man with an indifferent expression and dark eyes was quickly retrieving an external divine weapon. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Turning his head, he saw No Return's Drizzle Sword, Mu Yu. It was his third junior brother. He seemed to be heavily injured, and looked to be in a sorry state. Who was it? Slanting Sword of No Return's dark eyes, a slight ripple appeared. Who was it that caused his third junior brother to be in such a sorry state? His figure flashed, and Slanting Sword of No Return immediately flew towards Mu Yu. He swept his gaze and stared behind Mu Yu. Chen Zong. When Slanting Sword of No Return's dark eyes stared at him, suddenly Chen Zong felt a chill down his spine. The chill brought with it a deathly aura, as though it came from the void. It invaded his entire body, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Slanting Sword of No Return. Chen Zong was not afraid at all. He quickly approached Slanting Sword of No Return. Traces of deathly stillness condensed in his gloomy eyes as he stared at Chen Zong. He did not draw his sword directly, but just this pair of eyes brought about great pressure. Mu Yu stopped a few hundred meters behind Slanting Sword of No Return. Since eldest senior brother Slanting Sword of No Return was here, there was no need for him to continue running. As the two of them faced each other, traces of sword essence quietly gathered and slowly increased. A strong opponent. With just a glance, one could tell. A strong opponent. Not long later, Slanting Wind's sword quickly caught up. When he saw eldest senior brother Slanting Sword of No Return and Mu Yu's third junior brother, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Is this the demeanor of a true disciple of Sword Palace of Iyuan sect? Chen Zong could feel Slanting Wind's sword's approach. Suddenly, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, as though he was mocking him. Slanting Wind's sword and Drizzle Sword's faces turned ugly. You won the wager. These are all my external godly weapons. Slanting Wind's sword immediately waved his hand and streaks of light shot out. There were more than 30 streaks of light. Those were external godly weapons. There were more than 30 external godly weapons. Without hesitation, Chen Zong waved his hand and kept the external godly weapons. Ripples appeared in Slanting Sword of No Return's dark eyes, but he did not make a move. Where is the famous Drizzle Sword? Chen Zong looked at Drizzle Sword and asked with a cold smile. To be honest, Drizzle Sword did not intend to give it to him. However, since Slanting Wind's sword had already given it to him, he had to give it to him. Slanting Wind's sword waved his hand and streaks of light shot out. However, each streak of light carried an extremely shocking sword chi, as though they were unwilling to give up. Such demeanor was obviously not as good as Slanting Wind's sword. Chen Zong waved his hand and easily dispersed the sword chi. Close to 30 external godly weapons were kept in the 9 heavens ring. Slanting Sword of No Return still did not make a move. That was because Slanting Wind's sword had already told eldest senior brother Slanting Sword of No Return everything that had happened. You won the wager between you and my 2 junior brothers. My 3rd junior brother attacked you without permission and violated the rules of the wager. It is reasonable for you to chase after him. The Sword of No Return said some reasonable words. Then, he changed the topic and spoke with a deathly stillness. His eyes seemed to darken as he stared at the Sword of No Return. However, you can't kill him in front of me. You can try. Chen Zong replied calmly. His tone was extremely sharp and his eyes were like swords. Mu Yu's heart suddenly trembled, as though it had been pierced by the swords. Let's wager a wager. If I win, I will not kill you and this matter will be over. If I lose, I will give you 50 external godly weapons, Slanting Sword of No Return said. His voice was filled with determination and there was no room for doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not give Chen Zong any chance to refute. His right hand trembled and the sword at his waist was unsheathed. The sword light was gray and hazy, a ball of white that was suffused with dense deathly stillness, and it instantly flashed through the sky towards Chen Zong. The dense deathly stillness was the first to reach him. It was as though it had directly charged into his spirit sea and attacked his spiritual willpower. Chen Zong felt as though he had sunk into a deathly stillness. He could not hear anything and could not see anything. There was only a deathly stillness. He could only move forward and could not retreat. He did not know where it led to. It was as though it was a path of no return. Chen Zong could not help but be shocked. What a powerful swordsmanship! It could actually directly affect his spiritual willpower. One had to know that his spiritual willpower was extremely strong. It was extremely difficult to affect it. Slanting Sword of No Return was indeed extraordinary. It had stimulated Chen Zong's inner battle intent. Heart Sword Will. Invulnerable to external evil. In an instant, everything faded away. A grayish-white sword light with a shocking deathly stillness swept across the sky and attacked. Traces of grayish-white sword light flickered on the sword. It was like 1,000 snakes flicking their tongues. It made one's hair stand on end. Chen Zong's body moved. He unsheathed his sword and attacked in the air. The sword light was invisible and colorless. It was silent. Slanting Wind's sword retreated to the side and did not attack. He just stared with a solemn face. Among the disciples of the Yuan sect, eldest senior brother Slanting Sword of No Return was the strongest. Even eldest senior sister Bai Mei of the Yuangong could only barely be on par with him. Every sword strike carried a deathly stillness with it. It was as though it wanted to send people on a path of no return. The path of no return under Slanting Sword of No Return was a dead end. If one continued to walk down it, they would die. Chapter 1990. Second update. When I drew my sword, I had opened up a path of no return, a path of death. The sword of no return was a sword that carried a deathly stillness. It was a sword that cut open the path of yin and yang, a sword that sent people to hell. Dead silence. Boundless. Anyone who crossed swords with the sword of no return would be struck by the terrifying aura of death and desolation, directly impacting their mind and will. They would fall into a state of confusion and panic and then be killed. The sword of no return swordsmanship was superb. His willpower was also incomparably strong, and his mental strength was far superior to that of ordinary people. He had comprehended his own way of using the sword. Compared to him, the oblique wind sword and drizzle sword were clearly lacking. To put it simply, the drizzle sword and the oblique wind sword were only scratching the surface of the way of the sword. The sword of no return was already at the beginner level. There was a huge difference between superficial knowledge and basic knowledge. This was also the reason why the sword of no return was stronger than them. But soon, the sword of no return realized that its deathly stillness sword intent did not seem to have an obvious effect on Chen Zong. What he didn't know was that Chen Zong's sword intent was the heart sword intent, a supreme sword intent. With this sword intent in his body, he would be invulnerable to all evils. What's more, Chen Zong's soul was very strong, and he had a strong resistance against the invasion of external evils. A strong sword will and soul both had the ability to resist the invasion of external evils. The deathly silence of the sword of no return was an external evil to Chen Zong. The threat of the sword of no return to Chen Zong was reduced by half in an imperceptible manner. In terms of strength, the sword of no return was indeed much stronger than the oblique wind sword and the drizzle sword. However, the problem was that when the deathly stillness in his sword of no return will was ineffective against Chen Zong, it meant that his strength was greatly weakened. Putting aside the deathly silent willpower of the sword intent of no return, the sword art of no return had its merits. It was different from the sharpness of the oblique wind sword, as every sword was a killing sword. There wasn't the slightest bit of elegance, and it didn't seem to care about whether it looked good or not. However, every sword was a killing move that had been tempered over and over again, and it was only born to kill the target. An ultimate sword. Unlike the extreme sharpness of the oblique wind sword, it was more suitable for life and death battles. It was fine if he did not draw his sword, but once he did, there would be blood. But at this moment, the sword of no return realized that the sword that he was so proud of could not do anything to his opponent. When the power of the sword intent of no return was not completely effective, he was destined to fail. In close combat, the two swords clashed. Sword of no return began to be suppressed by Chen Zong. The sword of no return gave off a feeling as if the sword had entered a swamp, or as if it had been surrounded by a spider web, and was restrained by it. The killing intent in Chen Zong's heart had long been hidden. He calmed down and focused on the fight. When Chen Zong was fighting for the omni-divine weapon, he was touched by the mystery of the beginning of the Yuan sect and the renewal of all creations. He wanted to fight with the people of the Yuan sect and experience it himself. Maybe he could learn something from it and it would be helpful to his accumulation of swordsmanship. His battle with the oblique wind sword had given him some experience. Now that he was fighting with the sword of no return, his experience had deepened. Different styles of swordsmanship, but their essence was the same. Chen Zong could feel this during the battle. Why was it that the same essence could lead to different styles? That must be the mystery of the Yuan sect's inheritance. From the looks of it, it would be very difficult to comprehend the profoundness of it just by exchanging blows. Could it be that he had to join the Yuan sect? While fighting with the Sword of No Return, Chen Zong carefully understood the mystery of the Sword of No Return's swordsmanship and analyzed its essence. At the same time, he was thinking of other ways. Joining the Yuan sect was indeed a way, but it might not be feasible. After all, the more powerful the sect, the stricter it was. Maybe he could join the sect, but it was not so easy to get the real profound inheritance. Otherwise, it was likely that the inheritance would be leaked and obtained by other sects and forces, leaving a loophole. Therefore, the bigger the sect, the stricter the selection. They would not give out the real core inheritance unless they had a certain degree of confidence. Of course, some small sects did not have good inheritances, so naturally, they would not be so strict. But this was the case for most of the time. There were some exceptions. As for the exceptions, let's talk about it later. Let's defeat this person first. The longsword that was condensed from the heart sword intent instantly transformed several tens of times. Each transformation was a different stance, and each stance was a different force. In just an instant, the several tens of transformations disrupted the rhythm of the Sword of No Return and suppressed it. The Sword of No Return swordsmanship was very fierce, but it rarely changed. The most important thing was the impact of the spiritual will. When it lost its effect, it was like a tiger that lost its claws and teeth. The long sword was swung away, and the sword went straight for the Sword of No Return's forehead, but it did not penetrate it. After all, there was no conflict between him and the Sword of No Return. He just needed to defeat the other party. The Sword of No Return's expression changed slightly. Deep in his gray eyes there was an unconcealable shock. It was like waves of ripples, showing that his heart was not calm. Even though he had a bad premonition during the fight, he still couldn't help but feel shocked when it really happened. He had lost. It was not a big deal that he had lost. The void was vast. Although he was strong, there were people who were stronger than him in the same generation. It was just that he had not met them yet. It was just that he had lost too quickly. Drizzle Sword and Oblique Wind Sword were also dumbfounded, their mouths agape. They were completely stunned. Their senior brother was the first true disciple of the Sword Palace in the Yuan sect. His strength was second to none in the three palaces, but he had lost. Moreover, the key was that he had lost too quickly. The Oblique Wind Sword had not lost so easily before. They did not know the secret behind it. It was because the Sword of No Return's sword essence had little effect on Chen Zong. Invisibly, the threat level was greatly reduced. Because of that, he had lost so quickly. I lost. The Sword of No Return's eyes seemed to darken. With a wave of his hand, 50 rays of light appeared, exuding a pure yet unique aura. Those were 50 external divine weapons. According to what they had said before, if the Sword of No Return won and did not kill Chen Zong would let go of the Drizzle Sword. If the Sword of No Return lost, he would give Chen Zong 50 external divine weapons. Now, the Sword of No Return would fulfill his promise. Chen Zong stared at the Sword of No Return for a few moments, smiled, and took the 50 external divine weapons. Then, he glanced at Mu Yu in the distance and said, "No matter how many tricks you have, you can't win against strength. What's the use?" After saying that, Chen Zong turned into a ray of sword light and flew away. However, the warning in his eyes was clear. If Mu Yu continued to provoke him, there would be no reason for her to say anything. She would be killed without a doubt. As for this time, even if Chen Zong wanted to kill Mu Yu, he could not do it. The Oblique Wind and Drizzle did not have to return. With the three swords working together, Chen Zong knew that he might not be able to defeat them. Now, Mu Yu was running away in fear and had to rely on the Sword of No Return to survive. His mental state had been affected. Now, Chernzong's last sentence seemed simple, but it was actually directed at the drizzle sword Mu Yu's way of the sword. Mu Yu's way of the sword was scheming. However, Chernzong, who had defeated 3 of the Sword Palace's true disciples in a row, said such a sentence, which was equivalent to denying Mu Yu's way of the sword. It was like an invisible sword had struck her hard. Mu Yu's expression kept changing. Her eyes flickered, and her mind was in a whirlwind. When she was running away in a hurry, she was already a little shaken and doubted her own way of scheming. Now that Chernzong said that, the doubt in her heart expanded. Poochie! In the end, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face became paler and paler. She clutched her chest. Her eyes were gloomy. It was not the gloominess of the sword of no return, but the gloominess of denying herself. She seemed to have lost all her strength and fell from the sky. Junior brother! Junior brother! Mu Yu's ears seemed to have heard 2 calls from afar. Her consciousness kept sinking into the darkness. She did not kill Mu Yu, but the last sentence was like an invisible sword. It was a huge blow to Mu Yu, causing him to doubt his own way of the sword. To any cultivator, it was fatal, especially to a genius. A genius's will was very firm. The more firm they were, the harder it was to be affected. But if they were to be shaken, it would be very scary. It was like a mountain collapsing, out of control. Especially for someone like Mu Yu, who was good at scheming and scheming, her thoughts were extremely complicated. Once she started to doubt him, and it was a deep level of doubt, it would be fatal. Chernzong was very clear about this. Sword of heart. That last sentence was the sword of the heart. Not killing Mu Yu and letting him live was the same as destroying his way of the sword. It was no different from taking his life. Of course, if Mu Yu could survive and think again, there might be hope for him to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. But it was very, very difficult, extremely difficult. If he really passed it and improved further, that would be an opportunity that belonged to him. Chernzong wouldn't care so much about it. This time, he had gained a lot. In the fight for the 10,000 transformation divine weapon, he had obtained more than 60 external divine weapons. He had also obtained more than 50 external divine weapons from the oblique wind sword and drizzle sword. He had also obtained 50 external divine weapons from the sword of no return. In total, he had more than 170 external divine weapons. He had obtained more than 20 divine weapon source. After absorbing all of them, Chernzong checked and realized that the nurturing time of the divine weapon source had been shortened by more than 20 years. It was equivalent to reducing the nurturing time of one divine weapon source by 1 year. Now, he needed more than 70 years to nurture the divine weapon source. But Chernzong still felt that it was too long. He had to shorten it further. It would be best if he could shorten it to 10 years. No, within a year. Chernzong had to admit that his idea was amazing. But it was a big goal, and he had to work hard for it. The sword light flew across at a low altitude. He spread out his divine sense and scanned all directions, carefully sensing the aura of the divine weapon source. Soon, the first day passed. Chapter 1991. The third update will be updated tomorrow. Everyone, please pay attention to the official account. 6 Paths of Depravity. Also, starting from noon tomorrow, the monthly votes will be doubled. 1 vote will become 2 votes, 10 votes will become 20 votes. This is a rare opportunity that cannot be missed. At the Soldier Gate of Yuan Galaxy, the vice leader of Yuan sect had already returned to the 1,000-meter spaceship to meditate. Only the 3 godsons were standing near the gate. Suluan, I'm afraid the person you're looking for won't do as you wish. The godson of Sword Palace seemed to feel that the silence was too boring, so he casually said, Could the person you're looking for be able to do as you wish? Suluan also casually replied, At least he's stronger than you. The godson of Sword Palace smiled. The person I'm looking for is in the first suppressing world city. He's ranked 20 on the demigod list. He has the title of Sly Sword. His sword skills are unpredictable. His talent and potential are above the top 20. However, the person you're looking for is said to have a low background. He's not even in the top 100 on the demigod list in the second suppressing world city. Su Luan smiled. Since you're so confident, why don't we have a little bet? The godson of Sword Palace smiled. His eyes suddenly became sharp, like a sword coming out of its scabbard. How do you want to bet? Su Luan thought for a while. Even if he lost, he didn't want to lose. Plus, he was confident in Chernzong. Since he wanted to bet, then he would bet. Let's see who can get more foreign divine weapons between the person you're looking for and the person I'm looking for. The godson of Sword Palace was obviously very confident in the sly sword he was looking for. As for the bet, if you lose, the true realm spot will be mine. What if you lose? Su Luan asked. If I lose, the reflecting sword Jade Wall will be yours. The godson of Sword Palace smiled. Su Luan thought for a while. The true realm was a secret place of the Yuan Palace. However, for him, who was already in the spirit realm, it wasn't very useful. Of course, as a godson, he had such a spot. He could give this spot to anyone. The reflecting sword Jade Wall was the same. Therefore, using it as a bet was a small bet. So, how could Su Luan not agree? If he didn't agree, it would weaken him. Okay, now it's the last day. They'll come out soon. At that time, we'll know the outcome. The godson of Sword Palace smiled. He seemed very confident. As for the Xian Palace's disciple, he stood to the side. His body was cold, and he did not pay any attention to the two of them. Even when he heard their bet, he didn't participate in it. Today was the 10th day and the last day of the Divine Weapon Secret Realm. In the Divine Weapon Secret Realm, everyone started to rush back. Otherwise, if they were too far away and could not make it in time, they would have to stay in the Divine Weapon Secret Realm and wait for 100 years. 100 years was not a short period of time for any genius. But, after 100 years, his peers might have reached the spirit realm, but he was still at the demigod realm. It was equal to being left far behind. Who would be willing to accept it? Chernzong didn't rush back because he was still fighting. This time, his opponent was a person. Or rather, a person transformed by a divine weapon. Most of the divine weapons were in the form of beasts, but very few were in the form of humans. Divine weapons that could transform into human form were usually the top external divine weapons that possessed even more tyrannical power and strength. Chernzong didn't expect to meet a human-shaped divine weapon when he was returning to Weapon Sect. Moreover, it was a human-shaped divine weapon that was holding a sword. The aura it emitted was extremely sharp. It was as if it was going to tear the world apart. It was extremely shocking. The moment the human-shaped divine weapon saw Chernzong, it displayed a shocking offensive power. It attacked without hesitation. This sword strike was like a bolt of lightning that tore through space. Sword light surged like lightning and transformed into a raging tide. The shocking momentum was vast and mighty as it resounded in all directions. It seemed to be capable of shattering everything, and it carried an unparalleled mighty force as it smashed through space. Countless electric arcs appeared in the air, following the violent and domineering sword light as it shot towards Yishiwen. The power of the sword was stronger than that of the oblique wind sword and no return sword. Chernzong felt numb all over. It was as if he was hit by countless electric current. Chernzong unsheathed his sword and a sword light shot through the air, directly hitting the lightning bolt. It instantly exploded. Chernzong immediately felt strands of lightning following the body of his sword, causing his hand to feel numb. That human-formed divine weapon didn't hold back at all. The second sword instantly slashed out. The speed of this sword was extremely fast, shocking to the extreme. It was like a bolt of lightning, incomparably fast. The two were very close to each other. Chunzong couldn't dodge it completely and was hit in the chest. The Heart Seal treasure robe flashed and blocked the sword and weakened 70% of its power. However, the remaining 30% went through the Heart Seal treasure robe and hit Chunzong's chest. He felt numb and lost consciousness. Unknowingly, everything in his chest had been destroyed. Fortunately, Chunzong's physique was strong enough. He also activated the unbreakable golden body to increase his defense. That was why the damage of the sword was reduced to the minimum. Thunder exploded. Streaks of Thunderbolt's sword chi flashed with blazing light. They broke through the air like electric current. Those were streaks of Thunderbolt's sword chi. When they exploded at close range, they covered every part of Chunzong's body. They shattered the sky and wanted to shatter Chunzong's body. As he retreated, he swung his sword. It was as if he had no intention of doing so, but it also seemed as if he was completely focused on it. His sword light pierced out. First, it was one ray, then it was followed by many layers. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. With one point as the center, layers of ripples spread out, from small to large, from inside to outside. It was as if countless sword lights had formed countless circles and continued to spread outwards, forming a vortex that sucked in all of the lightning sword chi from the other party into it. Countless layers of sword lights were continuous. They rotated and trembled. They seemed to devour all light and turned everything dark. However, numerous arcs of lightning shot out from within it, and they were extremely violent. They were like extremely violent and ferocious trapped beasts that intended to charge through the restraints of the black hole, tear it apart, destroy it, and completely destroy it. It was even to the extent that the person that created this black hole was blasted into pieces along with it. Chunzong looked cold and solemn. His lips were pursed into a line. His eyes were extremely sharp. The lines on his face were extremely resolute. He was going all out. Heart Mixed Essence Sword. Kill. The sword light was continuous. It was like rippling water. It was like a hurricane. Suddenly, it shrank inwardly. From big to small. From outside to inside. In the end, the extremely violent lightning energy within was compressed into a single strand. Chunzong's expression became even more solemn, and veins even bulged out on his forehead. The bright light emitted from his eyes was blazing to the extreme, and it was like white lightning that tore apart the dark space. Kill. The thunderbolt that was completely assimilated by this sword turned black. It became a streak of dark thunderbolt sword light. It carried a stronger power than before and broke through the air. It was very close. This sword was extremely fast. In just an instant, it hit the human-shaped wizard soldier. This extremely powerful sword had the power of the thunderbolt sword chi that the opponent had just displayed. It also had the power that Chunzong had integrated into it. With the combination of the two, its power was multiplied. With a boom, the human-shaped wizard soldier was repelled in an instant. Although he was not injured, the thunderbolt on his body flickered. His power was constantly being consumed. Heart Sword Realm. As if by luck, Chunzong released the Heart Sword Realm again. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, streaks of sword chi condensed in an instant. 1,000 streaks. 2,000 streaks. In an instant, the limit was broken. 3,000 streaks. 4,000 streaks. 5,000 streaks. The sudden increase from 2,000 streaks of sword chi to 5,000 streaks was beyond Chunzong's expectation. Chunzong was pleasantly surprised. Originally, the heart refining in one sword with 2,000 streaks of sword chi was not as powerful as the star-piercing sword. After his cultivation broke through to 3 flowers in one, his sword chi did not increase immediately. He did not expect that after so many battles, he would make another breakthrough. The breakthrough would increase his sword chi by 3,000 streaks. Self-freedom state. Heart refining in one sword. Kill. The heart refining in one sword with 5,000 streaks of sword chi consumed a lot of Chen Zong's power again. Its power was much more powerful than the star-piercing sword. The human-shaped wizard soldier could not resist the sword and was repelled again. The thunderbolt on his body was so dense that it seemed to devour his whole body. Swing the sword. Chop, chop, chop. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zong took a step forward. His figure flashed and approached like an aurora. The sword in his hand exploded with the fastest speed in an instant. In an instant, the human-shaped wizard soldier was hit by dozens of sword strikes. Each strike was extremely powerful. The thunderbolt on his body flickered more and more intensely. He let out a series of shocking roars that shook the heavens and the earth. Sword of 3 hearts 2 minds. The 6th sword struck out and repelled the human-shaped wizard soldier. The sword in his hand was also deflected. It was raised high and could not fall down for a while. This was a good opportunity. There were thousands of knots in his heart. The sword chi was like a silk thread that kept intertwining and falling on the human-shaped wizard soldier like a spider web. Instantly, it contracted and bound the wizard soldier. Even if it was only for a breath, it was enough. All creations? Sword of heart refinement. The most powerful sword strike was performed again. 2 illusions appeared around Chen Zong. Kill. The 3 sword lights merged into one. The most dazzling one was the most dazzling one. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering, shocking the world. The sword struck out and left a sword mark, directly hitting the human-shaped wizard soldier. A series of ear-piercing explosions sounded continuously. The thunderbolt became extremely powerful, as if it was struggling for the last time. In an instant, it dimmed and became faint. An extremely bright sword mark remained in the void and did not dissipate for a long time. The human-shaped wizard soldier shook in an instant and turned into a long sword, floating in the air. The sword was 1.3 meters long. The purple body of the sword seemed to be engraved with thunderbolt. It emitted a weak thunderbolt and contained an extremely terrifying aura. It seemed that, if it was activated and released, it could destroy everything around it. It was really terrifying. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong reached out and grabbed the sword in his hand. As soon as he touched it, Chen Zong was shocked and secretly delighted by the amazing power. Good sword. Chen Zong couldn't help but ask. This could be said to be the best external divine weapon he had obtained since he entered the divine weapon secret realm. Not only that, it was a sword divine weapon. Before the life divine weapon was born, it could definitely become his own divine weapon. Chapter 1992. I've dropped out of the top 10. Double monthly votes. Brothers, let's vote. 1 vote is worth 2. Under the boundless sky, on the vast plains, a strong wind blew. The 1-meter-tall grass swayed in the wind, like waves that never stopped. A buzzing sound resounded through the world. It was as if an invisible heavenly sword had slashed down from the sky, tearing the void from top to bottom. An arc appeared. The arc glowed and stretched to the left and right in an instant, turning into a huge gate that was at least 1,000 meters tall. On both sides of the gate, there were thousands of lifelike reliefs of divine weapons. The gate of soldier reappeared. The divine weapons secret realm was about to close. It was time to leave. Streams of light appeared in the void from all directions. They were like auroras, thunderbolts, and gales, flying towards the gate at an astonishing speed. They were like eagles spreading their wings, or dragons flying in the sky. They had different postures and were mysterious, or perhaps it was like a sword light that was ramrod straight and sharp, and it instantly tore through the sky with shocking sharpness. They were the geniuses of the Yuan sect. They stopped in front of the gate of soldier. There were a total of 11 people, and one was missing. Li Wenhe squinted his eyes and quickly glanced at them. "Oh, Brother Chen is not here yet." Li Wenhe could not help but shout, "The gate of soldier is about to close." He should be here soon, Bai Mei said crisply. Yang Ji snorted. Mu Yu's face was pale, and her eyes were dim. She looked a little dispirited. It seemed that she had been seriously injured. The young man with a sword was expressionless. He looked ordinary, but his aura was strange. In an instant, a sword light flashed in the distance, flying towards them at an astonishing speed. The sword light did not travel in a straight line, but instead intersected along an arc. Logically speaking, its speed should not be very fast, but its speed was frighteningly fast. It seemed to be several times faster than flying in a straight line. Furthermore, the trajectory of that arc gave off a feeling of being completely natural. It was as if that was how it should be. It was already very perfect, and there was no room for improvement. The moment the sword light lit up in everyone's eyes, it had already approached in a stunning arc. Brother Chen, you're in time. Li Wenhe smiled. Thank you, Chen Zong said with a smile. The soldier gate was beginning to fade. Once it faded completely, it would disappear and close. At that time, it would be impossible to leave. Several pairs of eyes fell on Chen Zong, each containing different thoughts. If there was someone chosen by the other two godsons, there was slanting wind drizzle, there was no need to return to the three swords. As for Bai Mei, her gaze seemed to be filled with eagerness. Brother Chen, don't be fooled by my eldest senior sister's appearance. In fact, she is a battle maniac. It is very likely that she has her eyes on you now. Li Wenhe's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, causing Chen Zong to be secretly surprised. A battle maniac? Bai Mei, who looked like a little girl, was actually a battle maniac? However, Chen Zong was only slightly surprised. After all, the void was so vast. There were countless stars, many galaxies, many star regions, and even many worlds. Even if some of them were uninhabited, the number of cultivators there was still innumerable. Just like the sand of the Ganges River, countless and endless. With so many people and so many cultivators, it was normal for them to have different temperament. Since Bai Mei was a battle maniac, perhaps he would soon be able to fight with her and feel the mystery of the inherited martial arts of the Yuan sect again. The reason why Li Wenhe reminded Chen Zong was actually out of kindness. He wanted Chen Zong to avoid his eldest senior sister. However, he did not expect that his understanding of Chen Zong was actually very shallow. He did not know that Chen Zong was actually a battle maniac. However, Chen Zong's battle maniac was different from Bai Mei's battle maniac. He was very low-key and restrained, so it was impossible to tell. His figure flashed, entered the blurred soldier gate, and disappeared. Not long after, the soldier gate was completely blurred. Gusts of wind blew past, and the soldier gate was blown away like smoke under the setting sun, disappearing between heaven and earth in the Shenbing secret realm. The Shenbing secret realm, which only opened once every 100 years, disappeared. At the soldier gate of the Yuan galaxy, figures flew out of the soldier gate one after another and landed on the ground. There were a total of 12 people, and none of them were missing. The three godsons could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Those 9 people were the true disciples of the 3 palaces of the Yuan sect, and they were the best of the best. Any one of them had a chance to compete for the godson position in the future, or even become an elder of the Yuan sect. The death of one of them was a great loss. However, Mu Yu's condition made them frown a little. As for the other 3, they were chosen by the 3 godsons, so they could not afford to lose them. It was related to their achievements in the competition for the position of the hierarch. Fortunately, they all came out alive. As for Mu Yu, she did not seem to be in a good condition, but they did not pay attention to it. They just thought that it was because she was injured too much in the fierce battle. Zhu Qing, show us all the external divine weapons you got. The godson of the Sword Palace immediately said. He knew that the vice-hierarch was secretly watching everything here. The number of external divine weapons the 3 godsons chose was very important. It was related to the assessment of the 3 godsons. Although it was not everything, it was still a very important part. As for the external divine weapon source, it would be absorbed, so it could not be taken out. It could not be used for the assessment. If you get enough external divine weapons, I will give you another opportunity. The godson of the Sword Palace added and glanced at Su Luan. The so-called opportunity was, of course, the Origin Realm spot that he won from Su Luan. Chernzong. Su Luan told him about the bet between him and the godson of the Sword Palace. Chernzong secretly nodded, but he was calm, which made Su Luan more confident. Zhu Qing did not take out all the external divine weapons at once. Instead, he took out one by one, attracting everyone's attention. You really know how to act. Li Wenhe curled his lips and said in disdain. Not long after, Zhu Qing finally stopped the action of taking out the external divine weapon. His face was calm and collected. Ha 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 ha, 141 external divine weapons. The godson of the Sword Palace laughed. He was in a good mood. This was because he knew very well what 141 external divine weapons meant. Back then, when their generation entered the divine weapon secret realm, the best result in the Yuan galaxy was 143 external divine weapons. The second best result was less than 140. Zhu Qing's external divine weapons might not be the best, but he was probably the second best. The person that Su Luan chose might be good, but he was definitely not as good as Zhu Qing. The expression of the Sword of No Return and the others changed slightly. According to what they knew, Chernzong definitely had no less than 150 external divine weapons. Su Luan, let the person you like take out the external divine weapon. The godson of the Sword Palace smiled and was full of confidence. Zhu Qing also gave a mysterious smile. The brilliant light flowing in his eyes revealed an incomparably shocking confidence. Moreover, it seemed to contain traces of provocation. Chernzong waved his hand and rays of light flashed out. In an instant, 142 rays of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They represented 142 external divine weapons. One more. It was just one more than Zhu Qing. Astonishment. Everyone was astonished. Immediately, a smile appeared in Su Luan's eyes, while a hint of anger appeared in the eyes of the Sword Palace's godson. Oh, you really exceeded my expectations. Zhu Qing spoke. There was an indescribable mysterious fluctuation in his voice. He looked a little surprised. Since that's the case, I'll let you know what despair is. After saying that, Zhu Qing took out another external divine weapon. 1, 2, 3. Not long after, Zhu Qing took out another 9 external divine weapons. The total reached 150 external divine weapons. It surpassed the record of the Yuan galaxy during the last opening of the divine weapon secret realm. He was confident that such a record was enough to make people feel despair. The Sword Palace's godson could not help but smile. However, the Sword of No Return and the other two smiled bitterly. It was surprising. Is there more? Take them all out. Chernzong said unhurriedly. These are enough. Zhu Qing said pretentiously. Chernzong smiled. With a wave of his hand, 9 rays of light appeared. They were also 9 external divine weapons. 151 external divine weapons. Chernzong did not take out all the external divine weapons. However, it was enough. One more external divine weapon was also a win. You. Zhu Qing's expression changed. Do you have more? Chernzong asked. With another wave of his hand, 10 rays of light flashed. Then, another 10 rays of light flashed. Then, another 10 rays of light flashed. 30 external divine weapons. The total reached 181 external divine weapons. Su Luan's face was filled with unconcealable joy. 181 external divine weapons. This number was truly astonishing to the extreme. It directly shattered Zhu Qing's confidence, causing him to feel despair. The Sword Palace's godson's face was pale. Lost. He actually lost. Losing was just losing a place. It was not a big deal. The point was that he had lost in the assessment of eyesight. The Xian Palace's godson did not say anything, but he could not help but look at Chen Zong a few more times, because he knew that he had also lost. Although there was no bet in the assessment of eyesight, he was inferior to Su Luan. The difference of one level was very important. It was really hard to say whether he could turn it around later. What means did you use to get so many external divine weapons? The Sword Palace's godson's eyes fell directly on Chen Zong. With an extremely shocking sharpness, it made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. It was as if his body and soul were being torn apart. His words also had a terrible sharpness, as if he wanted to tear Chen Zong into pieces. Of course, I got it with my strength, Su Luan said. Her aura spread and enveloped Chen Zong, resisting the impact of the Sword Palace's godson's aura. That was the aura of the spirit realm. It was very, very strong. Compared to the aura of the spirit realm warrior of the Chu family in the Second World Suppressing City, it was much stronger. Put them away, Su Luan said to Chen Zong with a smile. Chen Zong's expression returned to normal. He put away the 181 external divine weapons. Yanjin, don't forget that the reflecting sword Jade Annulus is mine, Su Luan said with a smile. And I will give it to Chen Zong. At that time, I will take him to the reflecting sword Jade Annulus of the Sword Palace. Chapter 1993. Second update. Seeking monthly votes to enter top 10, the sky was vast and the stars were shining. The soldier gate was getting further and further behind, gradually blurring until it disappeared. On the 100-meter-long flying ship, Chen Zong and Su Luan were still there. Each of the 3 palaces of the Yuan sect has a secret place to cultivate and comprehend. The Origin Palace is for the Origin realm and is suitable for increasing one's cultivation. The Sword Palace is for the reflecting sword Jade Annulus and is suitable for comprehending the way of the sword. The Profound Palace is for the bright profound pool and is suitable for comprehending the mysteries of the Tao. Su Luan smiled and said, I originally planned to give the Origin realm spot to you. I didn't expect Yanjin to propose a bet and lose the Reflect Sword Jade Wall. Now it's also yours. Chen Zong was secretly surprised. For us, the 3 secret places are dispensable. But for you, it might be helpful. Don't refuse. Su Luan smiled. Thank you. Chen Zong accepted. No need. You and I both win. Su Luan smiled. This time, Chen Zong obtained 181 foreign god weapons. It was much more than before. It proved Su Luan's outstanding eyesight. In the test of eyesight, she had already surpassed the other godson. As long as he continued to work hard, he would have the best result in the test. Now, Chen Zong and Su Luan naturally had to go to the Yuan sect. Their goal was to enter the Origin realm and the Reflect Sword Jade Wall. Not long after, when the flying ship's speed reached its peak, Chen Zong entered the protective cabin again because he was about to activate the void travel. Otherwise, with this speed, it would take a long time to reach the Yuan sect. It would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. He seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep again. When he woke up, the void travel had already ended. The flying ship was even closer to the Yuan sect. They would arrive in 3 days. Chen Zong's heart couldn't help but ripple. He was slightly excited. Origin Realm. Reflect Sword Jade Wall. How much would he improve? Admittedly, his current strength was very strong among his peers, but he had not reached the peak. There was still a lot of room for improvement, and he still needed to work harder. Relying on one's own bitter cultivation and comprehension was the most common path. However, if there were other opportunities, one could not miss them. That would allow one to improve even faster and would not leave behind any side effect. During these 3 days, Chen Zong continued to refine and absorb the power essence of the foreign divine weapon. In the Divine Weapon Secret Realm, Chernzong had obtained more than 181 external divine weapons. There were more than 220 external divine weapons. On the first day, because of the 10,000 transformation divine weapon, he obtained a lot. Then, from the 3 swords of slanting wind and drizzle, he obtained more than 100. In the following 8 or 9 days, although the harvest was not as shocking as the first day, it was still not a small number. In total, he obtained more than 200 items. As for the divine weapon origin, although it was not as much as the first day, he still managed to obtain some, which shortened the incubation time of the life divine weapon to 50 years. Now, as Chernzong continued to refine and absorb the power essence of the external divine weapons, the incubation time of the life divine weapon was also constantly shortened. Refining and absorbing the power essence of one external divine weapon was not as efficient as directly absorbing the power essence of one divine weapon origin. Refining and absorbing the power essence of 5 external divine weapons was as efficient as absorbing the power essence of one divine weapon origin. If he refined and absorbed all 220 external divine weapons, theoretically, he should be able to shorten the incubation time by 44 years. Refine, refine, refine. Every time he refined an external divine weapon, it would take some time. After refining continuously for an entire day, he could only refine a dozen external divine weapons. This was because Chernzong had an inner world. If it were someone without an inner world, the efficiency would be more than 10 times lower. On the last day before he arrived at the Yuan sect, Chernzong finished refining the 220 external divine weapons and successfully absorbed all their essences. He only left a few things which might be useful in the future. At this moment, the external divine weapon in his hand had become dim and lusterless. It was covered with rust, as if it had been eroded by countless years and finally became like this. It had lost all its spirituality and no longer had a trace of power. It was completely useless and became a piece of scrap iron. 5 years. It would take another 5 years before the incubation of the life divine weapon. Compared to 100 years, 5 years was within the range that Chernzong could accept. In 5 years, before the incubation of the life divine weapon, I will let you accompany me first. Chernzong took out the long purple sword, which was 1.3 meters long and covered with thunder patterns, and said in a low voice. The sword seemed to be able to hear Chernzong's words. The body of the sword shook slightly, and wisps of light lit up on the thunder patterns. It shone brightly and seemed to be filled with an extremely amazing aura. It was very powerful. Chernzong had personally experienced the might of this divine sword weapon, and it was not inferior to his own. Now that he had refined it, his strength had also recovered. With this divine sword weapon in hand, Chernzong would be like a tiger that had grown wings, and his strength would become even stronger. Divine weapon. This weapon was related to essence, qi, and spirit. It was also inextricably linked to the spirit realm. However, the spirit realm was too mysterious. With Chernzong's current level, he was not able to understand its mysteries. He could not talk about it or inquire about it. Otherwise, it would be disadvantageous to him. Otherwise, Chernzong would have asked Suluan for advice. This divine weapon might accompany him for the next 5 years. Since that was the case, it had to have a name. If it did not have a name, it would not be recognized, especially for things with spirituality. Therefore, Chernzong gave it a name, which was Purple Thunder Sword. It was purple all over and contained the power of thunder. With purple thunder as its name, it lived up to its name. His sword finger lightly brushed across the sword. He felt the cold touch that seemed to contain traces of heat. His finger was slightly numb. Chernzong began to refine it. Refining a divine weapon required the power of the divine sense or the power of the divine flower. However, now that the 3 flowers were combined into one, He could refine it with the power of the ultimate realm. It was different from a half-god weapon. A divine weapon could better carry all the power of the user. It could also break free from the control of the arm and be controlled by the divine sense. In the void, a huge planet was slowly rotating. It surrounded a star that was emitting shocking light and heat. The entire star was surrounded by a layer of dense chi. It was like a layer of pure and somewhat dazzling fog. From far away, Chen Zong could feel a pure and majestic chi wave from the layer of dense fog. It was very shocking. That is the Yuan star where the Yuan sect is located. Su Luan smiled. The Yuan star is a high-level star. Chen Zong already knew that the stars in the void were divided into low-level, middle-level, high-level, top-level, and super-level. The level of a star was closely related to the size of the star itself, as well as the completeness and strength of the rules it contained. The Lin family's main star, the Sword Ring star, was a middle-level star. It was one level lower than the Yuan star. However, Chen Zong could tell at a glance that the Yuan star was one size bigger than the Sword Ring star. Obviously, in terms of size, it was at least 3 Sword Ring stars combined. This was very shocking. Normally, the ancestral star of a star-level force was at most a middle-level star. The main star of a star system-level force was at least a high-level star. A very small number of star system-level forces had a top-level star. As for star realm-level forces, the weakest main star was a top-level star. The more powerful ones had a super-level star. The Yuan sect was very powerful. However, in the entire void, it was only a low-level star system-level force. Of course, even a middle-level star system-level force might not be much stronger than the Yuan sect. It was just that their foundation was deeper and their overall strength was stronger. However, they did not have an overwhelming advantage. Only the difference between a star level and a star system level and a star realm level would be obvious and shocking. It was like the difference between a half-step great saint and a demigod, or the difference between a demigod and a god. There was a quantitative change and a qualitative change. That is the star protection formation of the Yuan star. It is a middle-level void formation, the 1,000 elephant space suppression formation. The Yuan sect's ancestor invited a formation master to set it up, Su Luan said with a smile. The way of formation was vast and boundless. It would take a person a lifetime to pursue and study it. Those who were not talented enough would find it difficult to enter the way of formation. There were 2 types of way of formation. One was the normal level of formation. It was the formation used in the world or stars. The other was called void formation. It was like the difference between those below the spirit realm and those in the spirit realm. The Sword Ring star of the Lin family's Sword Ring star was a type of void formation. However, it was only a low-level void formation. The difference between a low level and a middle level was huge. He did not know what kind of mysteries existed in the Yuan sect's 1,000 elephant space suppression formation. However, this kind of formation was extremely powerful. It could defend against or even kill a spirit realm elite. Chen Zong could not test its power. With the protection of the 1,000 elephant space suppression formation, the Yuan star was very stable. Although the formation was not fully activated and only a part of its power was activated, it was enough to defend against the invasion of many spirit realm elites. As one of the disciples of the Yuan sect, Su Luan could not enter as she wished. She had to verify her identity to prevent people with evil intentions from sneaking in and causing unnecessary damage. What she was most worried about was the invasion of spirit realm elites with evil intentions. As for those below the spirit realm, the Yuan sect did not care. Soon, Chen Zong followed Su Luan into the 1,000 elephant space suppression formation. Fog. It was full of fog. The fog was white when seen from the outside. However, when one entered, it was not only white. There were many colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, gold, black, white, gray. There were many different colors. They were constantly changing and hard to grasp. In an instant, a black tiger leaped out of the fog. It seemed to have rushed out of the fog and pounced. The moment it landed, it suddenly shook and dispersed. It quickly surged and turned into a flood dragon. It twisted its body and swung its tail. It was like a raging wave. It suddenly swam out. Its posture was vigorous and fast. The fog sometimes turned into a running deer. Sometimes it turned into a horse. Sometimes it was like a spirit snake. Sometimes it jumped like a rabbit. Sometimes it was like an eagle spreading its wings. It possessed a myriad of forms and variations, and it carried an indescribable and peerless profundity. Inexplicably, Chen Zongxing felt an indescribable emotion. Chapter 1994. I've been squeezed out of the top 10 again. Double monthly vote. 1 vote is worth 2. 1 alliance chief can become 2. This is a rare opportunity. I can't miss it. Myriad creation in one breath. 1 as the beginning and 10,000 as the end. All sorts of mysteries appeared in Chen Zong's mind and circulated in his heart. There were countless rays of light circulating in Chen Zong's eyes. It was as if everything was endlessly being created and destroyed. It was like the cycle of life and death. His entire being had entered a deep state of comprehension. This was the benefit of having a high level of comprehension ability. Su Luan did not disturb Chen Zong. Instead, she allowed the spaceship to reduce its speed. Like a small boat, it naturally drifted within the myriad creation space suppression formation outside the Yuan star. This level of power was not enough to activate the natural defense and counterattack of the myriad creation space suppression formation. The myriad creation space suppression formation would not have any reaction. In fact, there were many people who were comprehending the mysteries within the myriad creation space suppression formation. However, they were all from the Yuan sect. Basically, they were all disciples of the Yuan sect. At the level of the mighty spirit realm, there was nothing much to comprehend. This was because they had already comprehended the shallow things. As for the deeper things, unless they had a certain level of attainment in Array Dao, they would not be able to comprehend them. The spaceship drifted naturally, as if it was following the waves. Unknowingly, it was also in harmony with nature. This allowed Chen Zong to comprehend even more smoothly. It was getting closer. As he continued to comprehend, Chen Zong felt that many inspirations were emerging. Many inspirations were accumulating in his mind and were about to burst out. Once they burst out, he would be able to grasp the mysteries. This would allow him to have a deeper understanding of the heart sword intent and sword Dao. Suddenly, a stream of light rushed in at an astonishing speed. It was like a hot knife through butter. It was filled with the sharpness of a sword. The stream of light was like a sword light piercing through the sky. Su Luan's expression changed slightly. She immediately steered the spaceship forward at the fastest speed possible to avoid the attack of the huge, sharp sword light. The sword light did not hit the spaceship and instantly dissipated. This was because the power was very strong. If it continued to rush out, it might trigger a counterattack from the 10,000 Mammoths space suppression formation. It had to be said that this sword's grasp of timing and power was very precise. It was right at the critical point of the 10,000 manifestations space suppression formation. The sudden acceleration of the spaceship directly disrupted Chen Zong's meditation. He was instantly interrupted and woke up. The feeling of accumulating inspiration that was about to burst out also dissipated in an instant. In an instant, an indescribable sense of emptiness filled his body and mind. That feeling made Chen Zong instantly go crazy. A trace of violent anger and killing intent also grew in the deepest part of his heart. In an instant, it burst out and turned into a monstrous killing intent that swept out. Su Luan was shocked. Just how many people had he killed to accumulate such a strong killing intent? Su Luan thought that he was at the spirit realm, but his murderous aura wasn't that strong. Murderous aura was related to cultivation base and strength, but it wasn't directly related. Some people didn't have a high cultivation base and strength, but their murderous aura was very scary. Because besides special martial arts, the strength of the murderous aura was closely related to the number of people killed. The more people killed, the stronger the murderous aura accumulated. Yanjin, don't you feel ashamed for interrupting other people's meditation? Su Luan calmed down the surprise in his heart and stared outside the spaceship. It was another spaceship. It was the spaceship of the Sword Palace's disciple, Yanjin. The sword light just now was also sent out by Yanjin. Su Luan, I was just trying to comprehend something. I just wanted to use my sword. Why can't I? A cold light flashed in Yanjin's eyes. He then said with a smile that was not a smile. Chen Zong now knew that the one who had interrupted his meditation was Yanjin. The so-called sword attack was just an excuse. His purpose was to interrupt Chen Zong's meditation to vent his anger. Because Chen Zong had obtained so many foreign divine weapons, Yanjin had lost the bet to Su Luan. He was very unhappy. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong withdrew his monstrous murderous aura. That was because it was pointless to be angry now. His strength wasn't as good as his opponent's. Now, he could only endure and remember that one day, he would return this sword attack. Yanjin's eyes glanced at Chen Zong. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The spaceship accelerated and left quickly. I will take you to the One Chi manifestation universe to meditate some other day. Su Luan could only comfort Chen Zong. However, he knew that his meditation was interrupted. He might not be able to get that feeling back next time. Since his meditation was interrupted, Su Luan didn't let the spaceship drift. He quickly flew towards Yuan Star. Soon, Chen Zong saw the palaces as if he had passed through layers of fog. Looking down from the sky, countless palaces fell on the ground and between the mountains, forming a huge circle. There was an indescribable mysterious feeling. With his extraordinary sharp senses, Chen Zong could vaguely feel countless qi. It seemed to be gathering from all directions and entering the palaces of Yuan sect. The closer to the center, the purer and denser the qi was. That was the qi of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was a very high-grade qi. It was far better than the qi of heaven and earth in Tianyuan sacred region. It was on a completely different level. Even the qi of heaven and earth in the Lin family's head, Star Ring Sword Star, couldn't compare. The difference was more than double. This was the qi of heaven and earth in a high-rank star. He really didn't know what level the qi of heaven and earth in a top-rank star and a super-rank star would reach. The spaceship began to descend. As one of the 6 godsons of Yuan sect, his status was very high. He was second only to the sect leader, vice sect leader, and palace master. He even surpassed many elders. Naturally, he had his own mountain and cave. Greetings, Lord. At Su Luan's mountain cave, many people came to greet him. After Su Luan became a godson, Yuan sect assigned them to serve him. They also took care of everything in the mountain cave. They were closely related to Su Luan's life. Therefore, they called Su Luan Lord. This is Chen Zong, my friend. Su Luan introduced. Everyone greeted him and called Chen Zong Lord. Chen Zong also greeted them one by one. Chen Zong temporarily stayed in Su Luan's cave. The cave was actually a name. It was formed by countless palaces. Chen Zong lived in one of them. He felt that the efficiency of the 3 flowers returned to 1 increased a lot when he cultivated there. It was indeed a high-rank star. The feeling was not so obvious when he was at the mid-rank Star Ring Sword Star. Chen Zong thought that if he cultivated here, he might not even need 3 years to cultivate the 3 flowers returned to 100% perfection. Of course, He was not a member of a Yuan sect. It was not easy to stay here for a long time. Every day, other than cultivating, Chen Zong comprehended the sword. A few days later, Su Luan took Chen Zong and set off. They went to the secret place of Yuan Palace, True Realm. With Su Luan personally leading the way, Chen Zong wanted to enter True Realm. Of course, there were no obstacles. True Realm was like a secret realm. In fact, it was a semi-secret realm that had been modified. True Realm was not big. It was a circular platform. There were a total of 4 lotus-like seats around it. Each seat could accommodate one person. In the center of the 4 lotus-like seats was a circle like a mirror. It seemed to be able to reflect everything. Chen Zong entered with the other 3 disciples of Yuan sect. Among the 3 disciples, one was a disciple of Yuan Palace, one was a disciple of Sword Palace, and one was a disciple of Xian Palace. They were all true disciples. This was because only true disciples had the qualifications to enter True Realm. Chen Zong sat down on a lotus flower and strands of aura spread out naturally, eliminating all distracting thoughts from his mind. He entered a profound state that was neither here nor there, neither there nor there. Traces of mysterious aura suddenly spread out from the mirror in the center of the 4 lotus-like seats. They turned into 4 streams and went in the direction of the 4 lotus-like seats, entering the bodies of the 4 people. In an instant, Chen Zong only felt that after the pure aura entered his body, it quickly went to the spirit sea. It entered the spirit sea and rushed directly to the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit. As the 3 flowers swayed, it was as if their potential had been stimulated. Suddenly, they spread out layers of halos. The essence of power flowed out of the 3 flowers at an even faster speed and gathered in the center. 10 times. The speed at which the essence of the 3 flowers flowed out and gathered in the center of the great flower of extreme was 10 times faster than before. Chen Zong was secretly shocked, but he did not break away from this mysterious feeling. 10 times was not the end. It was a continuous increase. 11 times. 12 times. 13 times. Chen Zong became more and more shocked. Then, he calmed down and worked hard to cultivate in accordance with the mysteries of True Realm. This was a rare opportunity. It was only once. He had to seize this opportunity and do his best to improve. 15 times. The improvement did not stop. It was still increasing, but the speed was slowly decreasing. When the speed increased to 20 times, it decreased by another level. However, it was still increasing slowly. The essence of the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit continued to emerge and merge into the great flower of extreme, pushing it to 20%. Originally, in the divine weapon secret realm, Chen Zong had already improved to 10%. There was still a big gap to 20%. Now, however, the gap was constantly shrinking. Close. Breakthrough. 20%. The condensation of the great flower of extreme had reached 20%. Once it reached 20%, the originally decreasing speed increased again, and it only decreased to its lowest point when it reached 30 times. Chen Zong completely forgot about time and everything else. He was completely immersed in cultivation. He was immersed in the pleasure of the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit. He was immersed in the fullness of the condensation of the great flower of extreme. This feeling was incomparably satisfying. It was hard to extricate oneself. 30%. Chen Zong's condensation of the great flower of extreme broke through again, reaching 30%. After 30%, the speed increased again, and it only slowed down to its lowest point when it reached 40 times. Just like that, the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit were stimulated. The speed of the condensation of the great flower of extreme also increased. 30% started to break through to 40%. 30 to 40% was a small transformation. The increase was more obvious than 20 to 30%. Of course, it was also more difficult to break through. However, with the help of true realm energy, Chernzong still managed to break through in a short period of time. 40%. An even more condensed feeling spread out. Chapter 1995. Part 1. Outside the Guiyuan realm, Su Luan was still waiting. He valued Chernzong a lot. 4 figures appeared one after another. Chernzong was one of them. "How is it?" Su Luan asked with a smile. She also nodded at the 3 direct teachings of the 3 palaces in response. "Not bad." Chernzong smiled. It wasn't just not bad. It was unexpectedly good. 50%. The condensation of the Great Flower of Extreme had increased from 10% to 50% in the short span of a day. Cultivation in the Guiyuan realm was not only a double speed increase, but also an increase in efficiency. It was very direct and there was no waste. So strictly speaking, the efficiency exceeded double speed. Going from 10% to 50% was a 40% increase. Normally, Chernzong estimated that it would take at least a year to increase it. Reaching the Guiyuan realm in one day was equivalent to saving at least a year. Chernzong really wanted to say that he could do it a few more times. But that was impossible. The Guiyuan realm was very important. Not everyone could easily enter. One had to be able to get a spot. Chernzong wasn't a disciple of the Yuan sect. The reason he could enter was because Su Luan valued him. But that was the only time. After all, even the direct disciples of the Yuan sect were looking at him. Chernzong didn't know that the direct disciples of the Yuan sect didn't gain as much as him after entering the Guiyuan realm. At most, they only increased their flower of extreme by 20% and not 40%. All of this was because the flower of essence, qi, and soul had reached the top level and resonated with each other. Chernzong didn't immediately go to the Sword Palace's reflecting sword jade wall. Instead, he returned to Su Luan's cave to consolidate and get used to his increased strength. The flower of extreme had increased from 10% to 50%. A 40% increase. Not only did it increase the amount of extreme force by many times, it also increased its purity by a lot. The power it could unleash was also more shocking. Compared to before, his strength had increased by a lot. After stabilizing his strength, Chernzong went to the Sword Palace under Su Luan's lead. Su Luan suddenly told him that she had something to deal with and told him to wait here and come back later. The Sword Palace was on the other side. Whether it was the mountain, the grass, or the palace, they all emitted traces of sharp aura. It was like the ripples of sword qi. It was much stronger than the Lin family of sword. The Lin family was a family of swordsmen. Sword qi was everywhere. But compared to the Sword Palace of the Yuan sect, there was still a big difference. This was because the Sword Palace was a galactic force. As a third of the Sword Palace, its strength and foundation were extremely shocking. Seeing Chernzong, Yan Xiaoxiao was stunned. She thought she was seeing things. How could she see this country bumpkin here? Why are you here? Yan Xiaoxiao was finally sure that she was not seeing things. She screamed. Chernzong glanced at her and ignored her. If they were in another place, she might have killed him directly. But she could not do that here. Otherwise, Su Luan would not be able to protect herself. How dare you not respond to me? Yan Xiaoxiao's face instantly sank while a wisp of ferocious killing intent suffused the space between her brows. This is where my Sword Palace resides. You're not a disciple of the Sword Palace or even a disciple of the Unorigin sect, yet you've appeared here. Could it be that you intend to cause trouble? Yan Xiaoxiao was not completely brainless. At least she knew how to find a label for Chernzong, although it was quite clumsy. Junior sister, is he not a disciple of the Yuan sect? The other disciple of the Sword Palace suddenly stepped out. He raised his eyebrows and asked softly. When he looked at Chernzong, his face was cold. No, he is just a country bumpkin from a low-level star. Yan Xiaoxiao immediately replied, "Fourth senior brother, this person almost killed me last time outside. You deserve to die." The fourth senior brother, who was the fourth true disciple of the Sword Palace, was furious. He was full of murderous intent. His murderous intent was like a volcanic eruption. Before he finished speaking, he stepped out. The power that exploded in an instant was extremely shocking. It was as if he had stepped on the ground. The shocking power turned into speed. It was countless times faster than a cheetah. The distance of more than a dozen meters was crossed in an instant. He unsheathed his sword and rolled up a red sword light. It was filled with an extremely shocking heat. It was like a burning flame. It directly bombarded the sharp and overbearing sword light. He unsheathed his sword and used his full strength. Because Chernzong was not a disciple of the Sword Palace, nor was he a disciple of the Yuan sect. He was just a country bumpkin from a low-level star. He did not have any superior status or backing. It was not a big deal to kill him. As for how he had appeared there, he would kill him first. At most, he would be punished a little because of this. But it was most important to make his junior sister happy. He used his full strength to slash out in an instant. It was like a volcanic eruption. It was like a raging flame invasion. Yan Xiaoxiao's face was flushed. There was a trace of ferocious joy. It was as if she could see Chernzong's body being scorched in the next moment. Chernzong's expression did not change. He did not unsheath his sword. He just put his index finger and middle finger together to form a sword finger. There seemed to be a faint wisp of power permeating the sword finger. 1 point. He just gently extended his sword finger and gently pointed at the fourth true disciple of the Sword Palace in the void. Boom! Under the sword finger, a wisp of sword chi instantly burst out with a shocking sound of thunder. The sound of thunder rolled and shook all directions. Sword chi thunder. This was a technique at the same level as sword silk training. Only when one's swordsmanship reached a certain level could one have a chance to master it. Of course, not everyone could master it. It required talent and opportunity. Chernzong had mastered it. Well, he had just mastered it not long ago. Sword thread training was to condense the sword chi to the extreme. It could cut through anything. The void scar was more profound. It was a sign that one's sword art realm and strength had reached a certain level. As for the sword chi thunderous sound, it had an astonishing explosive power. It was like thunder. With a boom, the fourth true disciple of the Sword Palace's crimson sword light was shattered in an instant. His whole body seemed to have been hit by a violent giant hammer. He flew backward at an even faster speed. He could not help but spit out blood which splattered across the sky. Fourth senior brother. The smile on Yan Xiaoxiao's face was as fragile as a porcelain that had fallen to the ground. It shattered instantly and she screamed. One move. He was defeated in just one move. Although fourth senior brother was not as strong as third senior brother, he was not weak either. Moreover, he did not even draw his sword. How could he be so much stronger? How dare you commit murder in the Sword Palace? Yan Xiaoxiao was full of confidence. She immediately used the tiger's skin as a flag and shouted loudly, "Come quickly, someone wants to kill fourth senior brother." She knew that she was not strong enough to deal with him. Chernzong could not help but look gloomy. If he wanted to kill, the fourth true disciple of the Sword Palace would not have spat out blood. He would have died directly. Although he didn't draw his sword, the power of the finger sword earlier was incomparably shocking and tyrannical. The thunderous sound of the sword chi was even more violent, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It directly destroyed everything and was filled with shocking destructive power. Hearing Yan Xiaoxiao's words, suddenly, a tyrannical aura burst out and rushed over. Then a figure appeared. Oblique wind sword. Sword of no return. As for Drizzle sword, He was meditating in seclusion to adjust himself and think about his way of the sword. The two of them quickly appeared, especially Oblique Wind Sword. His sword chi became sharper. However, when he saw Chunzong, he was slightly stunned. Sword of No Return was also slightly stunned. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, this person wants to kill fourth senior brother. Quickly kill him. Seeing Sword of No Return and Oblique Wind Sword, Yen Xiaoxiao immediately screamed. Her voice was so sharp that it made people's scalps go numb. Little junior sister, fourth junior brother is only injured. Oblique Wind Sword could not help but smile bitterly. He knew that he could not defeat him at all. This surprised everyone. Was this the second senior brother, Oblique Wind Sword, who drew his sword whenever they disagreed? It couldn't be fake, right? Sword of No Return did not directly attack. His dark eyes stared at Chunzong with a bit of sternness. Why did you use such a heavy hand? He should be glad that this is the Sword Palace. Chunzong replied slowly and looked at Sword of No Return. What was there to fear from a loser? The other true disciples of the Sword Palace were even more surprised. This was their eldest senior brother, the Sword of No Return, who was also known as the Sword of Death? What happened? A figure seemed to appear out of thin air beside Chunzong. It was Su Luan, who had rushed over after settling things. Greetings, Teacher Su. Everyone saluted. Chunzong also briefly explained the situation through voice transmission. I brought Chunzong here. Yen Zhen lost the spot for the reflecting sword Jade Annulus to me. Now I am giving this spot to Chunzong. Do you have any other questions? Su Luan's tone and expression were very calm. But this calmness made Yen Xiaoxiao and the others feel oppressed. Came from the bottom of their hearts. Teacher. His position was far higher than theirs. His cultivation and strength were also far higher than theirs. Since this person was brought here by Su Luan, then no matter what they said, they would only be humiliating themselves. Even Yen Xiaoxiao's grandfather, the second elder of the Sword Palace, had a similar position as Su Luan. But in the future, Su Luan could at least become a palace master, or even a vice-sect master or sect master. Under normal circumstances, the second elder of the Sword Palace did not want to become enemies with him and offend him. This matter could only be left unsettled. The most miserable one was the fourth true disciple of the Sword Palace. He used all his strength but was sent flying by a sword finger. He spat out blood and was injured. He could not pursue the matter. He was extremely aggrieved. As for Yen Xiaoxiao, it seemed that she would not let this matter go. She just did not have a suitable method. The reflecting sword Jade Annulus opened. Chunzong also stepped inside. Like the returning realm, the reflecting sword Jade Annulus was also a semi-secret realm. Only 4 people could enter at a time. Chunzong was one of them. Chapter 1996. Second Update. Reflection Sword Jade Disc. This reminded Chunzong of the Reflection Sword Planet's Lin family's Reflection Sword mark. It seems similar, but from what Su Luan said, it should be different. Chunzong was looking forward to it. Calm down, focus. In an instant, Chunzong felt that his reflection on the jade disc became clearer and clearer, as if it was a real person. In an instant, as if it was an illusion, the proud Chunzong's heart shook and his vision blurred. His reflection on the jade disc seemed to be smiling at him. That smile had an indescribable sense of mystery. When Chunzong woke up again, he found that he seemed to be in a dark void. It also felt like he was in another world. But he couldn't feel the existence of his body. All he had was a consciousness, just a consciousness. But Chunzong had a similar experience before, so he didn't panic. The Reflection Sword Jade Disc was said to be a secret place for cultivation, but it could also be considered a secret treasure for cultivation. It was dark. In an instant, There seemed to be a sword light that wasn't dazzling but was very eye-catching. It was bright and gentle. In an instant it moved forward like a flying sword. Everywhere it passed, the darkness retreated under the bright and gentle sword light. The sword light kept moving further and further away. Chunzong saw a path that had been cut open by the sword light. Both sides of the path were still covered in darkness. Only the path went straight ahead. It seemed to be endless, and he didn't know where it led to. Under the path, there was a faint light that kept moving forward, like a school of swordfish in the water. That was sword light, countless sword lights. Although they were not very fast, they had a kind of sharp spirit that cut through all obstacles and pressed forward courageously. The Path of Swords. This was the so-called Path of Sword. What the Jade Reflection Sword Disc showed was a path for sword cultivators. This path was actually a process and experience of sword cultivators from the past to the present. It would slowly appear, as if they were trying to understand the past. Using this as a foundation, combined with the mysteries of the Jade Reflection Sword Disc, they could deduce the future. Of course, this kind of deduction wasn't 100% correct. It could only be said that there were no disadvantages for him, and there were benefits. However, how he would change in the future was still unknown. The future was just like fate. It was the most unpredictable and full of variables. The jade annulus of the reflection sword was only a guide for the future cultivation of the way of the sword, a possibility, or many possibilities. Under the observation of his consciousness, a figure appeared. It was as if the figure had directly walked out of the darkness and walked on the sword path. That figure was Chunzong. That was him. Chunzong's consciousness, which was floating in the air, was slightly startled. The feeling of becoming an outsider and seeing himself was really amazing. It could be said that it was not him, but a reflection. But it was also him. Chunzong could feel that there was an indescribable connection between his consciousness and the reflection. When the reflection stepped on the sword path, it suddenly shrank and shrank. Chunzong was very surprised. That was him when he was young. At that time, he was still in the branch family of the Chun family in the Eastern Land. He was still working hard to improve himself, but he couldn't achieve anything. In an instant, Chunzong only felt the feelings of helplessness, powerlessness, and unwillingness to give up. He seemed to have returned to that time. The hut, the lake, and the weight-bearing training before the sun rose every day. That feeling was very, very far away now. That memory had been sealed in the depths of his mind. Although he hadn't forgotten it, he would no longer think about it. After all, ever since he was born, especially since he had obtained the heart sword seal, he had been constantly moving forward. He had been to one place after another, from a small place to a big place, to an entire world, and then to a new world. Now, he had arrived in the void. His experiences, big and small, merged into a long river that was constantly flowing and expanding. The memories of his youth had long become like a wave in the long river, inconspicuous. But now, he was reliving that feeling. Compared to when he was young, he didn't know how many times stronger he was now. There was no comparison at all. It was like the difference between a flame and a scorching sun. Even so, reliving the past gave him a very mysterious feeling. The hardships when he was young. After he obtained the heart sword seal, his meridians were cleansed, and he was reborn. From then on, he really embarked on the path of cultivation. Although he was young and suffered many hardships, he couldn't make any progress despite his continuous efforts. However, it made his mind more determined. After he obtained the heart sword seal, it was equivalent to having a solid foundation. From then on, he began to advance by leaps and bounds, and he was in high spirits. That young figure continued to move forward step by step. His determined expression never changed. His eyes became brighter and brighter, as if they were about to burn. Gradually, traces of undetectable aura spread out from his body. That was the aura of a sword, the sharpness of a sword. 8 forms of the true sword. At that time, the initiation sword technique that he cultivated was the 8 forms of the true sword. The 8 forms of the true sword allowed him to step into the threshold of a sword cultivator. In the Chun clan, elder sister Chun Chuyun taught him how to use the sword and laid a solid foundation for him. In the Eastern Continent's hegemony battle, 1 man and 1 sword swept through the world, and he was invincible. He built a solid fortress for the Chun clan, so that his family and friends could live and work in peace. With a sword out of the Eastern Continent, he fought in the Blue Waves world, and he moved unhindered in the sword sect. That figure continued to move forward, and his footsteps became more and more firm. The immaturity on his face gradually disappeared, and it was replaced by maturity and even more unswerving determination. Every step he took was an experience. Step by step, that figure continued to grow taller, becoming more and more mature. Blue Waves World, Lingwu's sacred world, Tianyuan's sacred world, the reincarnation of life and death, the ups and downs of life and death. The only thing that did not change was the heart to pursue the sword. Moreover, it became more and more firm, and it was unshakable. The sword that came from the heart had long been integrated into the body, into the depths of the soul, and combined with his life. The two became one, and there was no distinction between them. The sword is me, and I am the sword. Although my way of the sword is not clear enough, it is incomparably firm. My heart. Step by step, that figure finally grew to be exactly the same as his current self. He immediately stood still and did not move forward. Chunzong's consciousness knew that this was his current self. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. That figure still stood motionless. Chunzong's consciousness was unable to control or direct it. He could only watch and see what his reflection would do. It moved. At the 10th breath, his reflection moved again. He raised his foot, but it was very slow. He slowly stepped forward, as if there were thousands of layers of resistance under his feet, and it was difficult for him to land. In the end, that step still landed. With a boom, the entire sword path seemed to shake. Countless ripples surged from the soles of his feet, like endless ripples. One ripple after another. In an instant, Chunzong's consciousness saw that the ripples were like an open scroll, and pictures appeared one after another. Chunzong had never seen those pictures before, but they seemed familiar to Chunzong. They were strange yet familiar, as if he had seen them before. However, Chunzong was sure that he had never seen them before. This feeling was very strange. It was indescribable. Chunzong's consciousness was completely focused on those pictures. They seemed to represent his future path of cultivation. Although it was not absolute, it would not do him any harm. On the contrary, it was a kind of guidance. However, although there were many pictures, they were all very blurry, and it was almost impossible to see clearly. Immediately after, the reflection took another step forward. As his foot landed, the scene around him flickered and seemed to become clearer. 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. With every step he took, the pictures around him became clearer and more lifelike. In one of the pictures there was a dark void. A figure stood in the void, motionless, and his robe was still. Chunzong saw clearly that it was his own back. However, it was not his current self, but his future self. It moved. In an instant, the figure drew his sword and thrust it out. There was no amazing momentum. It seemed to be an ordinary sword strike. It was even difficult to see the sword light. It was as if it was just an ordinary sword strike. There was no wind or waves, and it was swung out of thin air. It was like a child's casual stab of a tree branch, without any strength. But in the next breath, a star that was slowly rotating far away suddenly paused and stopped rotating. Then, a terrifying power erupted from within the star. In just an instant, the the star exploded and turned into an incomparably resplendent firework in the void. One sword strike to shatter a star. This was not a casual remark. It was a real strike to shatter a star. Chen Zong could vaguely feel the power contained in the sword strike. It did not seem to be very powerful, but it was very mysterious. It directly pierced into the star and destroyed the core of the star, causing the core to explode and the entire star to explode. Although Chen Zong could feel it, he still could not understand the mystery of the sword strike. The gap between their levels was too big. In another picture, the figure was still Chen Zong. However, it was not in the dark void but in a valley. The grass was long and the birds were flying. It was as lively as February. Colorful birds of different colors flew from all directions and circled around the figure. It was natural and peaceful, comfortable and comfortable. Chen Zong did not understand. What did this mean? In the third image, the figure was walking on the ground without stopping. Walking past, it was spring with long grass and birds flying. Walking past, it was summer with the scorching sun. Walking past, it was autumn with golden killing. Walking past, it was winter with cold and lonely. 4 steps, the 4 seasons rotated. The cycle was endless. In the 4th scene, the figure stood there without moving, but strong winds continued to blow, causing his robes and long hair to flutter. Soon after, thunder and lightning wreaked havoc. The lightning was vast and mighty, like a dragon soaring through the sky. After which, flames spread from afar, burning fiercely. Wind, thunder, fire. After that, mountains rose one after another, ravines formed on the ground, water gushed out, and plants grew on the shore. It was as if a part of the world was evolving. Chapter 1997. Third update to you. When they walked out of the reflection sword jade disc, the other 3 people besides Chen Zong were all excited. Their eyes shone brightly. It seemed like they had all gained a lot. A sharp aura rippled around them. This was caused by the strengthening of the sword qi and not being able to fully control it. When Chen Zong walked out, numerous gazes fell on him. They wanted to see what he had gained from the reflection sword jade disc. Then, they were all slightly startled. They were a little surprised. This was because Chen Zong, who had walked out, did not have the slightest bit of sharp aura ripples. Instead, he was extremely calm. Moreover, his expression seemed to be somewhat at a loss, and his eyes seemed to be filled with traces of confusion. He looks like he didn't gain anything, right? The oblique wind sword could not help but guess. Generally speaking, one would gain something from the reflection sword jade disc. The more talented one was, the more obvious the gain would be. Of course, there were always exceptions. Some people really did not gain anything. In fact, there were quite a few of them. As time went on, it proved that those who did not gain anything from the reflection sword jade disc had almost exhausted their potential. It would be difficult for them to achieve anything in the future. They could not be compared to others. Their glory and brilliance were like shooting stars. They disappeared in a flash. It was only temporary. However, on the path of cultivation, there were temporary battles. Most of them were long-term battles. Only the one who had the last laugh would be the winner. With Chen Zong, Su Luan left the Sword Palace and returned to his cave. It seems like Chen Zong did not gain anything from the reflection sword jade disc. After Chen Zong left, the oblique wind sword sighed regretfully. The sword of no return did not say anything, but a trace of regret flashed through his eyes. He had a strong desire to compete with people who could defeat him in a head-on battle. He wanted to surpass them one day in the future and defeat them with his own hand. But now, this person did not seem to gain anything from the reflection sword jade disc. His dazed expression was the expression of someone who did not gain anything from the reflection sword jade disc. This meant that the strength of this person was only temporary. It was as though he had already unleashed all of his potential at this stage. In fact, he might even have overdrawn it. In the future, he would no longer have any potential left. It would probably be difficult for him to break through to the spirit ascension realm. You're just a country bumpkin from a small place. You were lucky enough to obtain some secret technique that stimulated your potential in advance. That's why you have your current strength. Yan Xiaoxiao understood this very well. She sneered and said disdainfully, "Give me a few years and I will be stronger than him." Junior sister, you're right. Perhaps you won't even need a year to kill him. The fourth true disciple of the Sword Palace flattered Chen Zong, but his heart was filled with killing intent toward Chen Zong. He had been defeated and injured in front of so many people, which was extremely humiliating. Previously, he had felt terrified, helpless, and powerless. But now, he was full of confidence. A person who did not gain anything from the reflection sword Jade Annulus would not have much of a future. Strength was only temporary. It was just a matter of time. In the future, perhaps not long after, or even less than a year, with his gains from the reflection sword Jade Annulus, he might be able to surpass his opponent. At that time, he would definitely take revenge for that sword attack. Did you gain anything from the reflection sword Jade Annulus? Su Luan could not help but ask. There are a lot. It's hard to tell. Chen Zong's answer was simple. But that was enough. He was confused not because he had not gained anything, but because he had gained too much. It was hard to tell at the moment. It was indeed so. On the path of swords, countless images appeared. As he walked, they became clearer and clearer. Every image was a future. Most of the true disciples entered the reflection sword Jade Annulus and saw their own futures. There were usually 1 to 3 images. Each image represented a possibility of the future, a goal and direction to move forward. The best ones were 5 images. Then there would be 6 or 7. There would not be more than 10. 10 images, 10 futures. They were free to choose. But the images Chen Zong saw on the path of swords were more than 10. There were more than 100. There were too many, and every one of them was unfathomable. It was precisely because of this that Chen Zong was momentarily unable to determine which one was his future. There were too many. It represented a shocking potential, but at the same time, it also represented a complexity that made it difficult to choose. Choose one? Or choose many? This was the reason Chen Zong was confused. It was not what other people thought. There was no gain. His potential had been overdrawn. There was no future. Su Luan's voice seemed to carry a trace of gentle and mysterious power. It entered Chen Zong's ears. Don't be confused. Follow your heart's guidance and choice. Chen Zong was slightly stunned, and it was as if he was cleansed by a clear spring. His confusion was instantly washed away, and he came to a sudden understanding. There was no need to think so much. Follow your heart. From the past until now, hadn't he always been following his heart in the path of cultivation? 1 image, 10 images, 100 images, or even hundreds or thousands of images. So what? Could it be that he could only choose one? Could it be that he could not choose many? Could it be that he could not choose all of them? Could it be that those images really represented his future? No. The future was in his hands, in his sword, and under his feet. Those were only for reference. If he really treated the images shown on the reflecting sword jade disc as his future, he would be unknowingly bound. Perhaps he could not feel it now, but in the future, when he became stronger and reached the level of the images in the future, he would feel it. In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in Chen Zong's mind. It was as if layers of fog had been removed. He could see his nature clearly. How could a mere reflecting sword Jade Annulus be able to decide his future? If he could, he would not have stayed in the Yuan sect. After all, wealth moved people's hearts. If one did not have enough strength, it would be impossible to keep a powerful treasure. It would have been forcefully taken away by those stronger forces. No matter how well the Yuan sect kept it a secret, after many years, it would be known. But now, the reflecting sword jade disc was still here. This meant that it was not wanted by those cosmic realm forces. Perhaps they had something better. It could be used as a reference, but it was not everything. In an instant, Chen Zong's mind was completely clear. Because he was no longer at a loss. This time, he had comprehended the reflecting sword jade disc and glimpsed some of the so-called future. It could be used as a guide and reference. It was indeed beneficial. Su Luan felt that Chen Zong's aura had changed. It had changed from being at a loss to being clear and resolute. It was also filled with an indescribable sharpness. It was as if he was even more determined than before. Su Luan could not help but be amazed. She was very surprised. She valued Chen Zong even more in her heart. Bai Mei came to find him. "Let's fight." Bai Mei, who had a small face, had a serious expression. Her body was filled with a tyrannical aura. She challenged Chen Zong to a battle. As soon as her voice fell, she did not wait for Chen Zong to answer. She stomped her feet and the ground beneath her shook. A tyrannical force pushed her body. In an instant, she rushed over 100 meters. She raised her small snow-white fist and suddenly punched out. That punch was covered with a layer of tyrannical white halo. It was the combination of the tyrannical power cultivated by the Yuangong cultivation method and the Tao will that Bai Mei herself had comprehended. Her Tao will had also reached the peak of 100%. This punch seemed very small, but it contained an incomparably majestic and tyrannical power. It was extremely violent. It was like a meteor that came crashing down. Layers of ripples appeared in the void under the fist. It turned into a raging wave that overflowed in all directions. I knew it would be like this. Li Wenhe slapped his head and smiled bitterly. Eldest senior sister was like this. Once she said something, she would not wait for others to agree or disagree. She would immediately attack. However, Brother Chen was not weak. He should be able to block it. He only hoped that eldest senior sister would retain some rationality when she went crazy. Li Wenhe did not know that the sword of no return had also been defeated by Chen Zong's sword. Bai Mei's fist came crashing down in a violent and unreasonable manner. It was as if her small, jade-like fist could shatter all obstacles in front of it. The tyrannical punch seemed to be able to shatter Chen Zong's body. However, there was no murderous intent. This was a competition, not a fight to the death. Although it was not a fight to the death, if Chen Zong could not block this punch, he would be seriously injured. Chen Zong's expression did not change. He was not moved by Bai Mei's violent punch. In fact, this punch was indeed very strong. If it had been before he came to the Yuan sect, he would have had to use all his strength to block it. However, now, even he did not know what the limit of his combat strength was. He unsheathed his sword. This was a form of respect for his opponent. Bai Mei was not an enemy. The violet thunder sword was instantly unsheathed. However, Chen Zong did not integrate the heart sword essence into it. The moment the sword was unsheathed, it turned into a purple thunderbolt and pierced through the sky. Rumble! The thunderous sound of the sword chi roared and shook in all directions. Its power was extremely shocking and terrifying. Just this one slash was enough to display an unparalleled and shocking power. Bai Mei's eyes were filled with fanaticism. White light filled the air. Her aura seemed to become more and more tyrannical. When the fist and the sword collided, they shook and then exploded. It was as if the surrounding void was being torn apart. Of course, the space of a high-grade star was extremely strong. Even if an imminent god expert attacked, it would be difficult to tear the void apart, let alone two demigod experts. Li Wenhe's face was full of shock. Brother Chen was too strong. He could actually meet eldest senior sister head-on. That was eldest senior sister's specialty. Boom! Bai Mei threw out another punch, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth punch. Both of his fists blasted out at a shocking speed, transforming into fist shadows that filled the sky, filling up the area in front of him. It was as though he wanted to devour Chen Zong, wanting to smash him into smithereens. Chen Zong's figure could not be seen. It was as if he was really devoured. Chapter 1998. On Father's Day, he was full of Father's Day. The roar was overflowing, the sound waves impacted, and the terrifying power wreaked havoc in all directions. Li Wenhe retreated further and further to avoid being affected. His slightly chubby face and squinted eyes were full of shock. Brother Chen is so strong. Li Wenhe tried hard to widen his small eyes and was secretly shocked. It was amazing that he could fight with the Grand Senior Sister to this extent. One had to know that they had already exchanged hundreds of blows since the start of the battle. It was obvious that eldest Senior Sister was not holding back. Li Wenhe was very familiar with the Grand Senior Sister by Mei's temperament. She looked small, like a little girl, but that was just a deceptive appearance. She was very aggressive and violent. Once the battle started, her fighting spirit would become stronger and the power of her attacks would gradually increase. It was simply terrifying. Unless one could defeat her with an overwhelming advantage, it would become a protracted battle. Bai Mei's endurance and perseverance were too amazing. She would never fall unless she was completely defeated. This was also the reason why Li Wenhe was unwilling to fight with Bai Mei. Of course, it was also because Li Wenhe's strength was not as good as Bai Mei. Among the Yuan sect's true disciples, the strongest was the Sword of No Return, the first true disciple of the Sword Palace. However, since he fought with Bai Mei once, he was unwilling to fight with her again. After all, he was only slightly stronger than Bai Mei and did not have an overwhelming advantage. Therefore, fighting with someone like Bai Mei was really a troublesome thing. However, Chen Zong did not feel distressed. Bai Mei was not an enemy. On the other hand, Chen Zong also intended to peek into the Yuan sect's martial arts from Bai Mei's martial art. Therefore, he did not use the power of the heart sword intent. His own strength was at the same level as Bai Mei's. He only used the Violet Thunder Sword and exquisite sword techniques to fight against her. Bai Mei was tenacious, and so was Chen Zong. They were essentially the same. In terms of tenacity and perseverance, Chen Zong surpassed countless people. As long as he was not defeated immediately, he would not fall. Therefore, this battle seemed to be evenly matched. After hundreds of moves, a terrifying aura exploded, as if it could shatter everything. It was terrifying to the extreme. However, the surroundings were still intact. The materials here were extremely tough. Only those at the spirit realm could destroy them. Even the powerful demigod realm experts couldn't do that. 10,000 mammoth thunder! Shouted Bai Mei. Her voice was crisp and clear, but it contained an extremely terrifying momentum and power. She threw a punch at him in an instant. The moment he punched out, his entire body was filled with white fist force. It was as if he had turned into a giant fist that filled the world. It was as if a god had punched out, shattering the sky and shocking the earth. It's here. Senior Sister's strongest move. Li Wenhe tried his best to widen his eyes and stare. He saw that within the huge white fist energy, there seemed to be 10,000 beasts galloping. It also seemed like wind, thunder, rain, and lightning were wreaking havoc. Everything was evolving. This punch was the essence of Bai Mei's martial arts. It was unknown how many people had fallen under Bai Mei's fist. Would Chen Zong be the next? Good. Chen Zong's eyes couldn't help but light up. This punch made Chen Zong immediately know that it was the essence of Bai Mei's martial arts. The purple thunder sword was held horizontally. Lightning flashed and suddenly, it slashed out horizontally. It seemed slow, but in fact, it was extremely fast. It let out an extremely shocking roar that resounded through the world, as if it could shatter the 9 heavens. The Sword of Heart Refining. The The Sword of Heart Refinement was a sword that existed in one's heart. It could be unleashed without a sound, and it could also create an extremely shocking momentum. The Purple Thunder Sword was a divine weapon of the thunder attribute. It contained a strong power of thunder and lightning. It was most suitable for the superb technique of Sword Chi Thunder. When the Sword of Heart Refining was used, its power would be pushed to the extreme. The purple sword light was like a purple thunderbolt that cut across the sky. It was extremely condensed and extremely violent. In an instant, it was like a purple arc that swept across the sky, as if it was dividing the sky and the earth. In that instant, the purple lightning and Bai Mei's fist collided. There was a slight pause, and the world around them seemed to fall into a deathly silence. Li Wenhe felt that he could not hear anything. Even the world before him seemed to have lost all color. The next moment, an extremely terrifying and sharp sound exploded, as if it was about to be torn apart. Li Wenhe screamed like a little girl that was being ravaged by a big man. He hurriedly burst out with his fastest speed, retreating at a speed that didn't match his somewhat fat body. At that moment, he felt that the void at the point of collision was about to shatter. Of course, it wasn't really shattering. It was just an illusion that appeared because the power of the collision was too strong. It was very shocking. The space of a high-level star was extremely strong, far stronger than that of the Tianyuan sacred region. Once it was shattered, even if it was only a trace, it would be more powerful than the power of a 1,000-meter crack in the Tianyuan sacred region. In an instant, the white fist radiance was torn apart by the purple sword light. The purple sword light carried an extremely terrifying power and directly bombarded Bai Mei. A layer of white light flickered and blocked the purple sword light, but she was knocked back hundreds of meters. A long mark was left in the void, which didn't disappear for a long time. Blood trickled from the corner of Bai Mei's mouth. The power of the sword had injured her. However, Bai Mei didn't pay any attention to it. Her eyes became more and more fanatical. It was hard to imagine that a little girl who looked like she was in her early teens could have such an amazing fighting spirit and fanatical look in her eyes. It gave people a feeling that they didn't match. However, Chen Zong sheathed his sword and didn't want to continue fighting. This was because although Bai Mei was strong, she was no match for him. He simply couldn't fight to his heart's content. That was the end. As his sword was sheathed, Chen Zong's aura was completely withdrawn. Li Wenhe surprisingly found that Bai Mei's personality seemed to have changed. She didn't attack again. What a surprise! In fact, it wasn't that Bai Mei didn't want to attack, but as Chen Zong sheathed his sword and withdrew his aura, it seemed that his fighting spirit had completely disappeared. For a moment, Bai Mei actually felt powerless. Bai Mei had no choice but to stop. It was a kind of profound aura attraction. You're strong. Bai Mei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. This kind of injury was nothing to her. Her eyes sparkled with a sharp light. Senior sister, why don't we invite Brother Chen to explore the desolate dragon star with us? Li Wenhe suggested. Desolate dragon star? Chen Zong didn't understand. Brother Chen, our Yuan sect is very strong. We are in charge of the Yuan star system. However, there are countless big and small stars in the Yuan star system. According to the statistics, there are tens of thousands of stars. There are even more stars that haven't been recorded yet. Li Wenhe explained. A star system was so big that there were countless stars. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that there were as many stars as there were hairs on an ox? However, there weren't that many stars that had been discovered. They only occupied a small part of the whole star system. Therefore, if there were tens of thousands of stars in the entire star system, it referred to the ones that had been recorded or even discovered. There were still many stars that hadn't been discovered. Some of them were in remote locations that were hard to find. Even spirit realm warriors had to spend a lot of time to find them. In a star system like the Yuan sect, there were spirit realm warriors who were responsible for finding new stars. Once they found them, it would be a great contribution. If a disciple could find them, the contribution would also be amazing. The spirit realm warriors would identify the stars they found, record them, and give them to the disciples of the Yuan sect to explore. It was a kind of experience for the disciples. At the same time, it would also help the Yuan sect develop more resources. It was like killing two birds with one stone. The Desolate Dragon Star was a medium-sized star that was located at the edge of the Yuan star system. It was almost bordering another star system. It was suitable for demigod realm warriors to explore and explore. By May, Li Wenhe and the others planned to form a team and go to the Desolate Dragon Star to explore it. Firstly, they could earn contribution points from the sect. Secondly, they could find some useful resources on the Desolate Dragon Star that could help them advance further. Thirdly, they could train themselves through battles, preparing to break through to the spirit realm in the future. After listening to Li Wenhe's introduction, Chen Zong was very interested in the exploration of the Desolate Dragon Star. "Brother Chen, have you entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court?" Li Wenhe asked. "Yes, I have." Chen Zong nodded. "Good. I will post a mission in the Nine Heavens Ring and ask you to take it." Li Wenhe smiled. "Then, you can earn 9 Heavens points from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court." Okay. Chen Zong certainly wouldn't refuse such a good thing. Was it to earn points? Yes, it was. However, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court also had a strict system. The amount of 9 Heavens points would be determined according to the difficulty of the mission. It wasn't something that one could decide. Of course, the rewards of other missions depended on the individual. This mission could also be assigned. Soon, Chen Zong reported his 9 Heavens ring number and added Li Wenhe's and Bai Mei's numbers. These two were the peerless geniuses of the Yuan sect. It was normal for them to pass the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's test. Moreover, they were at the 3rd layer of the clear jade sky, which was 1 level higher than Chen Zong. Chen Zong accepted the mission. This mission didn't have a big reward. It was just a basic reward of 100 void coins. Every mission had to have a reward. It didn't matter if it was more or less. 100 void coins was just to form a mission. The main purpose was to earn 9 Heavens points. Exploring the Desolate Dragon Star would earn 109 Heavens points, which was not bad. "Brother Chen, do you need to prepare anything?" Li Wenhe asked. No. Chen Zong said that he didn't need to prepare anything. He could set off at any time. Then they set off. However, before they set off, Chen Zong still told Su Luan, "If we have the Great Void Gate of the Void Temple, we can reach the Desolate Dragon Star directly from the Yuan sect. We don't need to take a void ship like now." On the void ship of the Yuan sect, Li Wenhe couldn't help but sigh. Chen Zong felt a storm in his heart. The Void Temple. If he hadn't heard wrongly, Li Wenhe had said the words, Void Shrine. Chapter 1999. Little Rice Dumpling's hope of returning to Tianyuan lies in the Void Temple. The Void Temple. There was a Void Temple in Tianyuan Sacred Domain, and there were void gates built by the Void Temple in all 9 realms. Now, Chen Zong actually heard the name of the Void Sacred Hall and the Great Void Gate in the Void. What was the relationship between the Great Void Gate and the Void Gate? Hearing Li Wenhe's explanation, Chen Zong gradually understood, and his heart was filled with a trace of passion. He had been thinking about how to return to Tianyuan's sacred domain one day. After all, he had been taken away by the void beast Black Serpent, and he did not know where it had gone or how far it was from Tianyuan's sacred domain. Later, he had been drifting in the void and had been taken in by the Lin family's heavy vanguard. He had also not known where it was or how far it was. Everything was unknown, and the void was so vast and boundless. Even an experienced helmsman might get lost if he didn't have a nautical chart or a route on a ship sailing on the vast ocean. The void compared to the sea was like the moon compared to a firefly. The difference was immeasurable. In the void, if one did not know the route, a slight deviation in the trajectory would make the final difference impossible to calculate. A slight mistake could lead to a great error. Therefore, it was impossible for him to return to Tianyuan's sacred domain without knowing the specific direction. But the Void Temple could do it. After all, there was the Void Temple in the void, and there was also the Void Temple in Tianyuan's sacred domain. Were the two of them one? Chen Zong did not know. Even after hearing Li Wenhe's explanation, he was not sure. After all, the Void Temple in Tianyuan's sacred domain had always been neutral and mysterious, but it was located in Tianyuan's sacred domain. But the Void Temple in the void was a large sect of the star sector level. The difference between the two seemed so big that Chen Zong did not dare to think about it. However, it left a trace of hope in Chen Zong's heart, like a seed. The Void Temple could set up the Great Void Gate and the Void Gate. That was their specialty. However, it was very difficult to ask the Empty Space Temple to set up the Empty Space Gate. It was a pity that the Yuan sect did not have the ability to do so. Even some middle and high-level cosmic system state forces didn't necessarily have a Void Gate, much less a Greater Void Gate. He had no choice but to obediently sit on the Void Ship. Fortunately, the spaceship was of a high level. It could travel through space. Otherwise, it would have taken many years to travel from Yuan planet to Desolate Dragon planet. A few days later, the spaceship set off for void travel. Another day passed, and the spaceship activated void travel again. After repeating this process many times, they finally crossed the distance that would have taken many years to cross and approached the Desolate Dragon star. According to the star chart, we will arrive at the Desolate Dragon star in about 5 days. Li Wenhe smiled. On the spaceship, in addition to Bai Mei, Li Wenhe and Chen Zong, there was also a group of pro-disciples from Yuan Palace and hundreds of inner sect disciples. There were 3 palaces in the Yuan sect. There were more than 10 pro-disciples in each palace but less than 50. Of course, compared to the tens of thousands of inner sect disciples and over 100,000 outer sect disciples, the number of successor disciples that only added up to 100 seemed very small. Pro-disciples. What was a pro-disciple? They were prodigies who could truly inherit the legacy of a sect and represent the sect. There was a saying among the void forces. If one didn't become a pro-disciple, he would never represent the face of the force. Other than the pro-disciples from Yuan Palace, there were also pro-disciples from Sword Palace and Mysterious Palace. The Desolate Dragon star was a new star that had been discovered not long ago. It had great development value. If they went out now, they would gain more benefits. On the spaceship, other than Li Wenhe, who tended to be talkative, the others focused on cultivating. Of course, although Li Wenhe was talkative, he didn't stop cultivating. He just talked more when he was cultivating. Chen Zong naturally learned more secrets through Li Wenhe. Standing on the deck and looking ahead, there was a huge yellow planet that was rotating slowly. It gave off a desolate and ancient feeling. The Desolate Dragon star, a middle-grade star. The spirit realm experts on the Desolate Dragon star have been cleared out. Only the experts under the spirit realm are left. As long as we are careful enough, we will be fine, Li Wenhe smiled. The Desolate Dragon star was a middle-grade star. Of course, it would have spirit realm experts, whether they were human or not. The Yuan sect had the means to develop the Desolate Dragon star and build a base there. At the same time, they wanted to train the pro-disciples of the sect. Of course, they had to clear out the spirit realm experts on the star first to reduce their worries. As for the experts under the spirit realm, the pro-disciples would deal with them. Perhaps they would lose their lives. However, the void was never a backyard. It was a dangerous place. If one didn't have enough power, he should just stay at home and be an ordinary person. To cultivate, he had to face all kinds of dangers and strong enemies. Especially for the disciples of the stronger forces, the more dangers they had to face. The Yuan sect wasn't a charity or a shelter. Without power, they would be eliminated. Pro-disciples. The sect provided them with resources and inheritance, and they also had to contribute to the sect. It was mutual. They would promote each other and strengthen each other. Their inheritance would last forever. The desolate dragon star didn't have a great formation to protect it. However, there was a natural asteroid belt around the star. The spatial battleship directly flew in. All the meteors along the way were smashed to pieces by the spatial battleship, reduced to dust. The defensive layer of this void spaceship was terrifyingly strong. Normal spirit realm experts couldn't even shake it. Those asteroids weren't strong enough to resist. They directly opened a path, as if they could smash everything. Such power frightened Shen Zong a lot. If he were the one who was hit by the void spaceship, his end would be much worse. Those asteroids were turned into powder in just a blink of an eye. Third Commander, the void spaceship is coming. On the desolate dragon star, the vegetation was luxuriant. The trees were so tall that they could reach the sky. They were majestic and majestic, emitting a wild and majestic aura. Deep in the forest, there was a massive cave in the ground. A figure kept going deeper and deeper. Eventually, he knelt down on one knee dozens of meters away from a figure sitting on the highest seat. His voice was filled with surprise. Void spaceship. The figure sitting on the highest seat wasn't tall. It could even be said that he was a little short. At first, he was lazily leaning on the seat as if he was paralyzed. He looked like a dwarf lying on the dragon throne. However, when he heard the words spatial battleship, he suddenly sat up as if his buttocks were on fire. His short, dwarf-like body immediately radiated with an extremely shocking presence. Like a tyrannosaurus that had awakened, he radiated with extremely terrifying pulses. A storm swept out in all directions, destroying everything. Boom, boom, boom. That intimidating aura turned into a storm, rolling around the cave walls. It reverberated like a roaring hurricane or a roaring group of dragons. Did you see it clearly? The dwarf opened his eyes widely, emitting a terrifying light. His voice was sharp and low. Third Commander, I saw it clearly. It's a 1,000-meter-long void spaceship. It belongs to the Yuan sect. The one who knelt down on one knee immediately replied. Good, good, good. Continue to monitor it. The third commander was very happy. His eyes were emitting a cold light with hatred. The Yuan sect killed my brother. Now they have sent people to the desolate dragon star. It seems that they want to establish a base on the desolate dragon star. Good, good, very good. Since they are here, leave all of them here. Don't let any of them go. That spaceship belongs to us. Revenge for the great commander. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Revenge for the great commander. Third Commander is wise and powerful. The entire cave was filled with voices of revenge and flattery. Remember, when the time comes, kill all the men. Leave the women alive. They will pay the price for what the Yuan sect has done. The dwarf third commander showed a ferocious smile. When he said the word women, there was a burning desire in his eyes. His words immediately attracted a group of people. For a group of males who hadn't smelled women for a long time, it was very attractive. The void spaceship of the Yuan sect began to decelerate. It slowly landed on a flat ground on the desolate dragon star. There were some weeds on the ground. As the void spaceship landed, the weeds all bent down. The shocking air pressure turned into gusts of wild wind, blowing dust and smoke everywhere. With a boom, the ground shook. The void spaceship landed completely. After the void spaceship stabilized, the protective shield disappeared. Then, many people flew out from the spaceship and floated in the air dozens of meters above the ground. Their auras fluctuated with different strength. There were more than 20 direct disciples of the Yuan sect. Chernzong was among them. However, in comparison, Chernzong didn't release any aura fluctuation. The Desolate Dragon Star. This was the middle-rank star, the Desolate Dragon Star. The essence of the world here was not as rich as that of the Yuan star. However, it seemed to be better than that of the Sword Ring star. Moreover, this place was filled with a sense of desolation, as if it had existed for many, many years. At first glance, one could see the lush trees growing. Each of them was more than 1,000 meters tall. It was very shocking. Some of them were even thousands of meters tall. The roar seemed to come from afar. It spread with the wind and contained a kind of violent aura. The Desolate Dragon Star is inhabited by desolate dragons. If we want to build a station here, we need to choose a suitable place first. Then, we need to clean up the surroundings to ensure that the station can be built successfully. The direct disciples were here to clean up the surrounding threats. The hundreds of inner disciples were here to build the station. It was very dangerous. Therefore, it was all voluntary. The contribution points of the sect were very generous. Simply speaking, it was like exchanging one's life for contribution points, because to the desolate dragons they were trespassers. The way any living creature would treat an intruder was to kill. Completely kill. Chapter 2000. Third update. Among the hundreds of people who had come to Desolate Dragon Star, there was one who was in charge of surveying the earth veins. According to the trend of the earth veins, they had chosen a suitable location to build a base. The cultivation of the Gaijin dragon seeking technique required a corresponding genius. Therefore, there were not many people who had mastered the Gaijin dragon seeking technique in the entire Yuan sect. There were only a few dozen people who had mastered the Gaijin dragon seeking technique. Their cultivation was not very high and their combat ability was not very strong, but their status in a Yuan sect was very special. The one who was cultivating the earth vein searching dragon technique was a demigod disciple. In terms of level, he was only an inner disciple. Only demigods who had condensed all 3 flowers were qualified to apply for the test and become a true disciple. Those who had only condensed 1 or 2 flowers were not qualified to apply for the test. Survival of the fittest. The Yuan sect was so powerful, but there were only a little more than 100 true disciples. Of course, this did not mean that there were only 100 demigod disciples in the Yuan sect. There were thousands who were still alive. Those who could not pass the test would either stay in the inner sect because they were not very old, or leave the inner sect because they were too old. They would become deacons or other positions to contribute to the growth of the Yuan sect. Among thousands of demigod disciples, only a little more than 100 could become true disciples. This showed how precious true disciples were. But now, this young man named He Long had the same status as a true disciple with a demigod cultivation base. This showed how amazing the earth vein searching dragon technique was. He Long held the dragon seeking compass and performed the earth vein searching dragon technique. Wisps of mysterious aura filled the surroundings. On the compass, there was a small glowing dragon shadow swimming around. After looking at it for a while, Chernzong felt that it was very strange, but he could not see anything. Different professions were worlds apart. The gap between the earth vein searching dragon technique and the sword Dao was too big. Although Chernzong was curious, he did not want to practice it. The sword Dao alone was enough for him to spend his whole life. He could learn from other things to enrich his understanding of the sword Dao, but he could not indulge in it. A group of true inheritors continued to guard Zhao Long as they continued to search for the so-called suitable location. However, someone was secretly watching them. As for the inner disciples who were in charge of construction, they returned to the spatial battleship first. With the spatial battleship's protection, even soul ascension cultivators would be unable to do anything to them. Otherwise, with hundreds of people moving together, the movement would be too big, and it would be hard to avoid attracting the attacks of the dragons. Desolation dragons were not simple. Walking and stopping, they spent most of the day just like that, but they still hadn't gotten very far from the spatial battleship. The summoned dragon stopped once more, and the tiny dragon of light on the compass paused slightly. It raised its head and pointed forward. Huanlong was overjoyed. "Senior brothers and sisters, I think I've found a suitable location." Huanlong couldn't help but feel delighted. Everyone was overjoyed. They continued to move forward, but the oppressive aura in the air was getting more and more intense. That aura was exactly the same as the aura of the desolate dragon star, but it was much thicker. The desolate aura was even more intense, and it contained an indescribable wildness. Soon after, berserk and desolate roars continuously sounded out, coming along with the wind. "It's the voice of a desolate dragon." Could it be the desolate dragon lair ahead? A portion of them couldn't help but have a solemn expression. However, some of them didn't think so. Although the desolate dragons aren't ordinary, we're all direct disciples. Why should we be afraid of them? A direct disciple of the Sword Palace arched his eyebrows with disdain. Before they came here, they all knew that the desolate dragons were the overlords of the desolate dragon star. It could be said that the desolate dragon star was named after them. Among all the living beings on the star, the desolate dragon clan was the most powerful. It was a very powerful clan. According to the records, an adult desolate dragon had the fighting capacity of the demigod realm. The more powerful ones could even sweep across the demigod realm, and some of them could even reach the spirit realm. They were the desolate dragon gods. However, the desolate dragon gods in this area had all been killed or expelled. There were no more spirit realm desolate dragons in this area. Whether they were cautious or disdainful, they began to move more carefully. They also restrained their auras. The wild aura in the air was getting thicker. The roars from time to time became louder and louder. Finally, Qinzong saw a valley. He crouched on top of the valley and looked down. He saw many huge and strong silhouettes running across the valley. Those silhouettes were all earthy yellow in color. They had thick feet, but their arms were relatively short and thin. They walked on 2 feet like humans, and a long tail swept across, creating a whistling sound. Desolate Dragon. They were the overlords of the desolate dragon star, the desolate dragon. Roughly looking, there were at least several hundred desolate dragons in the valley. The smallest one was 3 meters tall, while the bigger ones were more than 10 meters tall. The auras emitted from the desolate dragons with different heights were different. However, the aura of the 3-meter-tall desolate dragon wasn't strong. It was only at the demigod realm. As for the desolate dragons that were more than 10 meters tall, their auras were at the demigod realm. Among the several hundred desolate dragons in the valley, there were more than 100 that were more than 10 meters tall. Among them, there were more than 10 desolate dragons that were more than 15 meters tall. They were crouching on the ground. While they were breathing, their bodies were moving up and down. Their auras seemed to be restrained, which made people feel oppressed. Very strong. They were at least at the 2nd level of the demigod grade. In addition, there were more than 10 stone caves around the valley. Vaguely, strong auras were emitted from those stone caves. Everyone's expression turned solemn. Even the people who had disdainful expressions before were the same. There were 23 true disciples who came this time. Including Qinzong, there were 24 of them. Only 10 of them were at the 2nd level of the demigod grade. The remaining 14 were at the 1st level of the demigod grade. Yinglong was not good at fighting, so he could not be counted as a fighting force. Once a battle with the desolate dragon broke out, Yinglong would not be of much help. Bai Mei's eyes were filled with an unparalleled fighting spirit. She clenched her fists tightly. The battle lust in her blood seemed to have been stimulated. Yinglong, are you sure this is the best place to build a stronghold? Li Wenhe asked seriously. At this critical moment, he still looked serious. Senior Brother Li, I promise in the name of the dragon-seeking bloodline that there may be better places on the desolate dragon star. However, this is the best place I can find, Ing Long said with a solemn face. His ability was limited after all. This was the best he could do. Of course, if they continued to search and spent more time, they might be able to find a better place. However, that was not in line with their original plan. In that case, they would choose this place first. In the future, if they could find a better place, they could move again. Then, what they needed to do now was to drive away this group of desolate dragons. A battle was inevitable. Everyone, get ready to fight. I've been wanting to kill for a long time. Let's do it. Although the number of desolate dragons was beyond their expectations and they were strong, they were not afraid. Instead, they were eager to fight. As the true disciples of the Nebula-level sects, each of them had been through blood and fire. How could they be afraid? For them, the desolate dragons in front of them were just obstacles in their way. Be careful, Chen Zong warned. His extraordinary perception allowed Chen Zong to feel that the cave was faintly filled with traces of a tyrannical and shocking power, which made him feel fearful. If you're afraid, you can wait here. A true disciple of Sword Palace sneered. Chen Zong had beaten forth Senior Brother to the point of vomiting blood in Sword Palace. This had already caused dissatisfaction among the disciples of Sword Palace. In addition, Chen Zong had occupied one of the slots in the reflecting sword Jade Annulus, but he came out with a blank face. Obviously, he had not gained anything. This news had already spread throughout Sword Palace. Dissatisfaction and disdain turned into hostility. They couldn't help but mock him. Xie Yang, can your strength be compared to Brother Chen? Li Wenhe frowned and asked. Although Xie Yang was also a second-stage demigod and was ranked 5th in Sword Palace, his strength was not as good as Bai Mei. Chen Zong was able to fight Bai Mei head-on and even suppress her. It could be said that among the 20 or so people on this trip, Chen Zong's battle strength should be the strongest. Moreover, Li Wenhe treated Chen Zong as a friend. He would not allow others to oppose Chen Zong. Humph! Xie Yang snorted and did not answer Li Wenhe. In terms of strength, he was no match for Li Wenhe. However, the contempt in Xie Yang's eyes was very obvious. This was because he felt that Chen Zong had not gained anything from the reflecting sword Jade Annulus. His potential had been exhausted and he had no future. At best, he could only be in the limelight for a while. Xie Yang was different. He had already entered the reflecting sword Jade Annulus once. After a few years, he would definitely be able to surpass Chen Zong. Some people took note of Chen Zong's warning and thought about it. However, there were also some who did not take it seriously. However, Chen Zong had no obligation to remind them. In the end, he was only here because of Li Wenhe and Bai Mei's invitation. Since he had decided to take action against Huang Long, he would not hesitate. Senior brothers, don't worry. I have a way to protect myself. His words relieved every one of their worries. Although his combat strength was not good, the dragon-seeking lineage did have some ways to protect themselves. Summoning Dragon activated the dragon-seeking compass, and the dragon's shadow circled around. Summoning Dragon's body gradually faded and disappeared in front of everyone. This method was very mysterious. Chen Zong stared at it and carefully sensed it. Only then could he sense the breath of the summoned dragon. It was very restrained and motionless. With such means, it could protect itself. Then, let's kill. They split into 3 groups. The Yuan Palace was in the middle, while the Sword Palace and the Mysterious Palace were on the 2 wings. They quickly flew out and rushed down the valley. Their speed was extremely fast. He was as fast as lightning. As soon as they appeared, the lofty dragons reacted. Roar, roar, roar. The desolate and violent roar carried a bit of anger, as if it was angry at the invasion of others, but also seemed to be conveying some kind of message. Immediately after, those lofty dragons that were less than 10 meters in size rushed into the cave one after another. Those lofty dragons that were more than 10 meters in size stood up one after another, and began to violently charge at everyone. Rumble. Chapter 2001. Part 1. More than 100 demigod-rank dragons were more than 10 meters in size. Among them, more than 10 of them were more than 15 meters in size. Their incomparably strong legs trampled on the barren ground of the valley. It was as if war drums were beating, and the entire valley was shaking. There was a feeling that the valley was about to collapse. Berserk and desolate aura immediately diffused from every dragon's body and rushed forward. They were constantly wreaking havoc and colliding with each other. It was as if a mountain flood had erupted, as if huge waves were crashing down. In an instant there was a terrifying feeling that everything was about to be destroyed. Facing the charge of more than 100 powerful dragons, everyone felt as if they had returned to the barbaric era. Eating raw meat and drinking blood, facing huge beasts. Kill! The group of Sword Palace's true disciples were led by Xie Yang. They shouted and unsheathed their swords. The sword light suddenly flashed and burst out with extremely sharp killing intent. The formless sword chi rippled and tore apart everything in the surroundings. It turned into a crescent moon that streaked across the hard ground and went straight for the dragons. The other group of Sword Palace's true disciples also unsheathed their swords and uniformly slashed their sword chi. The sword chi streaked across the sky and formed a row, as if it could tear apart everything. The momentum formed by the charge of more than 100 dragons was greater than a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. It was extremely shocking. In front of it, they felt that they would be crushed in an instant, and then be destroyed and turned into powder. Everyone felt this shocking pressure. However, only Bai Mei and Shenzong could completely withstand it. The others had a dignified expression and felt that it was somewhat difficult. Roar, roar, roar. More than 10-15 meters long dragons were charging at the forefront. Their strength was equivalent to the second level of demigod rank. Astonishing roars rang out, and immediately after, circles of dark yellow ripples exploded from the enormous and powerful bodies of the dozen or so lofty dragons, transforming into ripples that spread out with an earth-shattering might. In just an instant it covered an area of several thousand meters in radius. Everyone was hit by the dark yellow ripples. Immediately they felt their bodies sink, as if their weight had increased by more than 10 times. It was as if there was an invisible gravity pressing down on their bodies, constantly binding them. This was the divine ability of the dragons. Only those dragons that had reached 15 meters in size could use it. It was considered a minor divine ability. Heavy Ring of Lofty Dragon. Once one was affected by the lofty dragon heavy rings, unless one rushed out of the area it covered, they could only rely on their own strength to withstand it. Erupt. Everyone burst forth with even more power, at the cost of increasing their energy consumption to resist the suppression of the lofty dragon heavy rings. For a Tier 2 demigod it was possible, but for a Tier 1 demigod it would be a little difficult. Only now did Xie Yang understand how laughable it was for him to look down on the lofty dragons. That was because the waning moon's sword chi he slashed out was directly shattered when it hit a 15-meter-tall lofty dragon. Only a white mark appeared on the Desolation Dragon's thick, dark yellow skin, and it quickly disappeared. Even though that strike was not his strongest strike, its power was not ordinary either. Yet it was actually unable to do anything to that Desolation Dragon. It could not even break through its defense. Boom! Bai Mei's fist was glowing with white light. Her fist power was like a dragon, emitting an astonishing roar that reverberated in all directions. It was incomparably ferocious and unstoppable. Her fist was extremely ferocious, like a meteor piercing through the sky, bombarding the head of a 15-meter-tall lofty dragon. With a dong sound, it was like a giant hammer hitting a drum, emitting an incomparably oppressive sound. An astonishing power burst out in an instant. Bai Mei's fighting strength was not something an ordinary Tier 2 demigod could compare with. Even though the lofty dragon's physique was innately tyrannical, and its defense was incomparably strong, it was still not a match for her. The lofty dragon's head was thrown back, completely out of control. The powerful impact caused its huge body to stop, as if it was about to be thrown back. One could see a small fist imprint appearing at the place where Bai Mei's fist struck. The inside of the imprint was about 3 inches deep. When Chen Zong saw it, he couldn't help but feel astonished. He had personally experienced how powerful Bai Mei's fist was. He knew very well that the lofty dragon could actually block it without having its head blown off. It was indeed very astonishing. However, after receiving Bai Mei's punch, the lofty dragon felt very uncomfortable. Its entire head was dizzy. Whatever it looked at, it was dizzy. It was seeing stars. It was not sober at all. It staggered and shook its head. It looked like a drunk man. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Mei once again sent out a punch. The power contained in this punch was several times more tyrannical. Very accurately, it once again hit the place where the fist imprint was. With a dong sound, the lofty dragon's swaying body stopped, and then fell to one side. The fist imprint deepened by a few inches. The extremely terrifying power seemed to have shattered the lofty dragon's brain. If one were to open the brain, they would discover that the inside of the brain had already turned into paste. However, the other true disciples of Yuan's sect were not as strong as Bai Mei. The Tier 2 true disciples could only fight against the 15-meter-long lofty dragon, and had a slight upper hand. As for the Tier 1 true disciples, they could only deal with the 10-meter-long lofty dragon. 24 people against more than 100 lofty dragons. The disparity in numbers was simply too great. It was impossible to end the battle in a short period of time. Furthermore, because of the lofty dragon's heavy ring, the suppression on everyone was very obvious. Especially the Tier 1 demigod-ranked disciples, they simply couldn't kill the lofty dragon, and could only barely hold on. However, if this situation continued for a long time, they would consume too much of their strength. They might lose or even die. Xie Yang's complexion was slightly pale. He was fighting against a 15-meter-long lofty dragon by himself. He displayed a tyrannical sword art, which was like a gust of wind unceasingly attacking. Every sword strike was able to hit the lofty dragon. However, this sword art was unable to kill the lofty dragon. At most, it could only break open its tough skin and leave sword scars. This kind of injury didn't seem to have much effect on the lofty dragon. It could only be considered as a flesh wound. And when the sword qi invaded its body, it was also resisted by the lofty dragon's tyrannical strength. How could he fight? Xie Yang's heart was shocked. This was the first time he faced a lofty dragon. Previously, he had read the information of Yuan's sect, which explained how powerful the lofty dragon was. However, due to his status and strength, it was inevitable for him to be somewhat arrogant and belittled. Only now did he know that it was not excessive to take it seriously. With a blood-curdling scream, a true disciple of Sword Palace was bombarded by the lofty dragon's tail and was sent flying. He instantly vomited blood and turned into a rolling gourd. However, he was not dead yet. He hurriedly took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it into his mouth. However, a lofty dragon rushed over and lifted its huge foot and suddenly stomped down. It was as if the sky had collapsed. A shadow shrouded the true disciple of Sword Palace, making him unable to dodge or resist. With a loud bang, the true disciple of Sword Palace was stomped to pieces and turned into a meat paste. This scene suddenly fell into everyone's perception. They were all secretly shocked. At this point, they truly realized that although the reward of this mission was very generous, it was also full of danger. Even as a true disciple, they might die. It was very realistic. A true disciple died in front of them. Moreover, his body was directly turned into a meat paste. It was extremely miserable. As a true disciple, they were outstanding in all aspects. Usually, when they went out to perform missions, they rarely died. Their talent was also extremely high. In the entire galaxy, they were among the best. At least, they were not inferior to the top 100 of the divine list. Kill. Everyone seemed to be enraged, but they still maintained a certain level of rationality. Among them, the most relaxed one was actually Chen Zong, because Chen Zong's strength was much stronger than Bai Mei's. He did not use the Heart Sword essence. He only used the Violet Thunder Sword to fight against the lofty dragon. As the sword slashed, the sword chi thundered. Its power was extremely strong. The sword move under the sword chi thunders would be more explosive than when it was silent. It was most suitable to deal with the lofty dragon that was too big to dodge. The Violet Thunder Sword was a divine weapon. Together with Chen Zong's Taichu sword essence, it directly tore a huge wound. Dark red blood with spots of yellow spots gurgled out. With just 2 slashes, Chen Zong killed a 15-meter-long lofty dragon. His efficiency was not inferior to Bai Mei's. Of course, Chen Zong did not use all of his strength. He was waiting. He had a feeling that the strong aura inside the cave had not appeared yet. It was an aura that could threaten him. He needed to save some of his energy to deal with it better in case something unexpected happened. Chen Zong always believed in his intuition. 2 slashes and 1 dragon. When the first true disciple died, 3 15-meter-long lofty dragons had died under Chen Zong's sword. His efficiency was even higher than Bai Mei's. The power of the Violet Thunder Sword combined with the power of the 9th level of the Taichu Sword Essence and Chen Zong's superb sword art had a terrifying destructive power. The other 15-meter-long lofty dragons were fighting with other people. Chen Zong didn't rob them. Instead, he attacked the 10-meter-long lofty dragons. Kill, kill, kill. None of the lofty dragons could resist Chen Zong's sword. It was as smooth and sharp as cutting vegetables. Soon, more than 10 lofty dragons died under Chen Zong's sword. Their blood flowed like a river. The so-called Desolate Dragon Heavy Hoop's influence on Chen Zong was actually negligible. Chen Zong's physique was very, very strong. When more than half of the lofty dragons had been slaughtered, a vigorous roar resounded from more than 10 caves. Then, more than 10 lofty dragons that were more than 15 meters long, even 17 or 18 meters long, rushed out to kill. Their power was extremely shocking. Those were the more powerful lofty dragons. They seemed to be sleeping before. According to the information, the sleeping lofty dragons needed a period of time to wake up. The stronger the lofty dragons were, the more it needed to be like this. Chen Zong could feel that in the largest cave, the tyrannical aura was gradually increasing at an astonishing speed. Perhaps it would not be long before it truly awakened. At that time, it would be a tough battle. Indeed, this exploration mission wasn't easy. It was full of dangers. However, it was also a good chance for him to fight to his heart's content. More than 10 lofty dragons appeared. The threat they brought to people increased a lot. Except for Bai Mei and Chen Zong, the others changed their faces. Without hesitation, they immediately gathered and cooperated with each other. They didn't want to kill the enemies. They only wanted to protect themselves. After all, under the lofty dragon heavy ring, it wasn't easy to escape. Only Bai Mei and Chen Zong could move freely. 1 fist and 1 sword, they were invincible. However, when more than 10 17 or 18 meters long lofty dragons appeared, Bai Mei fell into a tough battle. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.